breaking through. Am I breaking through? 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 Am I breaking through?
Hey, what's up, everyone? We're back for the first week of playoffs for the Legends of Runeterra League by Mastering or Runeterra Academy and
Yeah.
Mastering Runeterra. Meta, what's the sponsor? I forget. Either way, I'm Domcast. I'm joined with TDS. A rough metafy. Yeah, it's a rough start, but we're having fun. We're living, and we have quite a matchup for you tonight. Actually, TDS, it's going to be an exciting matchup. But before we get too far into that, we should talk about the format for the matchup. It's going to be a
Yeah.
very, very interesting setup. It's a kind of a marathon, really, where each player or each team has 3 players, obviously. But the way the tournament starts is each player plays a best of 3, and if they win, they play the next player of the other team. So it's really just like a last man standing kind of game. If you
Yeah,
that
it's
makes
a
sense.
format that I think we haven't seen previously. So it's going to be
Mhm.
fun watching it in action. It's going to be fun seeing who can stay here. And I feel like it's going to create a dynamic where teams are either going to decide if either they send their best player first to end everything quickly, or they send their best for last in case something goes wrong and he needs to decide everything. So I feel like the dynamic for some teams is going to be different. Some will decide in a different manner, and seeing what does end up happening at the end with each of the teams is going to be super fun as always.
Yeah, of course. And with that out of the way, we can look at the lineups for today. We have Stromboli Gaming versus Frozen Monks. Stromboli Gaming opting for Aichi, Jan Sports, and Stromboli Prince as the order of players. And then we have Frozen Monks opting for Cameron, Hanzo, M-Tuck, and then Aikado. So already we're seeing a lot of names that we've seen throughout both
Yeah.
the weekly tournaments and the league, all like that we've seen all the time. Like Stromboli Prince, a great player. Aikado, top 8 at Worlds. M-Tuck, another player that we've seen dominating the weekly tournaments and the league. And then Cameron Hanzo, again, all these players are names that we've seen before. So we're going to
Yeah.
be in for quite a treat.
Yeah, and important to note coming into this match that Frozen Monks is one of the most hyped teams that we have currently in playoffs. It's one that it's even been told that could potentially take everything. So this match setting up expectations of seeing what Frozen Monks is capable first of all, but to not discount Stromboli, they could potentially get a really huge upset if they ever come out of with a win here. It could be a completely
Mm-hmm.
throwing everything up in the air and pretty much asserting themselves as potential dark horses of the tournament. So it's a fun match to watch. It's something to keep in consideration with how the match goes, and whoever ends up winning, it's going to have strong arguments for themselves going forward.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot throughout the course of and everything that Runeterra Academy has put on for Legends of Runeterra about strategy, and usually that's just limited to just that one best of 3 strategy. As far as like, oh, what decks am I going to bring? Am I going to bring a fast, slow to control? Am I going to bring too fast? Like, what is strong in the meta, and how am I going to play that? But now you have to think about, okay, I'm bringing these 3 decks, but am I able to win 3 sets of like 3 best of 3s? Is
Yeah,
this deck really going to accommodate for every single thing I can go against? Because along with the rules of the tournament with the champion restrictions, you have to be able to play a lot of different playstyles, and you have to be able to win against a lot of those playstyles. And now that you have to win up potentially 3 games in a row, it's going to be an insane amount of stress and or creativity as well when you come to deck building. I mean, we look at
yeah,
Frozen Monks, they have Ken and Ari. Obviously, that deck is insane. Darkness, Thralls, Elise Trundle, Fizz Lulu, Pantheon Tar, Ken and Ari again, Fizz Ezreal, and Lysandra Trundle. Like, all those decks are going to be pretty insane. Looking specifically at Aikado, he's bringing out Fizz Ezreal. Now, Fizz used to be a card that was very popular back in the day before Beyond the Bandlewood came out. It fell out a little bit, but now this is a pretty interesting deck that we have going here. We have Fizz and Ezreal, obviously. And then we have a couple Otterpusses, a couple Ballistic Bots, some Conchologists, a Station Archivist, and Curious Shellfolk. So I'm curious what this deck is looking for. I mean, the Fizz is probably just there as like a free attacker, and then they're going to probably play. I kind of probably going to play through the Ezreal and use a bunch of pranks and stuff to level up that that Ezreal, and then get the passive off once that's leveled up to just whittle down the Nexus.
yeah. So kind of focusing on Nexus powered kind of deck, but with some alterations that I feel like could potentially come in handy going against a lot of the decks that have strong power attacks, because you pretty much cannot defend against some of these cards. So it can eventually
Mhm.
fall into being really effective against some of those decks. And I think that this kind of deck, particularly more so because of a point that you brought out, it's not going to be just playing against your immediate opponent. It's going to be playing against multiple opponents with potentially different decks. So you having to not only know what you want to play, but what can work potentially against some of these common decks that we see from other players can come in handy. And I think that this niche kind of deck could be really good.
Yeah, and I mean, just immediately thinking of things that it would work against, Ken and Ari, notorious for having a bunch of low health units. I mean, the Mornd, a 1 health card, the Dancing Dewdrop, a 1 health card, Kennen, a 1 health card, Ari, 3 health. There's every single spell in this deck that Ikado's bringing can kill all of those other units, and then Get Excited is also in there to kill an Ahri on drop. So there's just a ton of spell damage that you can use to keep this board clear. And then you have the Ballistic Bot for constant burn every round. You have the Conchologist to keep generating spells, the Shell Folk to generate value in hand from the other person's deck. Just so many opportunities, I think, to counter a lot of these fast-paced or low-powered decks.
Yeah, it's a good answer to those kind of decks, and it's not only the Ari Cannon that it's super popular right now that we have seen plenty of that can impact against, but there's also a couple of decks here and there that you can take full value against, and I feel like this also mentioning how this kind of deck has potential against some of those low health cost decks. We can kind of segue going to a Stromboli gaming side because it's a similar kind of deck from Stromboli Prince in the form of the Nami Twisted Fate that I feel like can serve a similar purpose to that Ezreal to the Ezreal Fizz deck, but it is much more centered around just being able to keep on drawing cards, keep on using them, and trying to get the strongest attack with some of those spell cards and some of those denying potential against those low health champions.
No, I think you're exactly correct. I mean, just looking at the spell list, we have, the Mystic Shot, the Get Excited, and then the pick a card in the Rummage just to keep generating that card draw, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And then Nami is just going to be buffing up these insanely cheap cards. The Wiggly Burble Flish that will eventually just come out as a zero cost card. Just going to be an insane power power move for that game or for that deck. I mean, it's interesting, and I'm very curious to see how it plays. My only concern is that Nami is an okay card. She was very popular on the release, but I don't think she's really that good anymore in the meta, just because of how much more aggression or other power there is in the game. I mean, we're seeing a return to MF Quinn. We're seeing a
Yeah.
return to MF Gangplank. Like, there's just so many ways that having weak cards is just a huge risk or liability that even with the Nami buffing, Nami is just so vulnerable on her own.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the ways to kind of play around that would be having a strong base on champ or on minions to be able to keep on throwing around here and there. But even the amount of minion cards or of unit cards that you have, it's not that high. So you can be in a pretty bad situation if you just don't have the board power to survive some of those attacks, and you end up just relying on the Nami.
Yeah, exactly. And it all just comes back down to like an overarching strategy that you have for this marathon that you've found yourself in with these playoffs. I mean, it's going to be an interesting thing that happens because I mean, Hirsch was telling us before, there's a possibility for 9 best of 3s tonight.
Yep.
Like, you could easily have both players go 1-for-1, and then it comes down to the last 2, and it's going to be really interesting to see, because I would like to see all the players play, but at the same time, like, there's a couple of opportunities here for either player to just go 3-0 3 times. I mean, looking at the total list, I think Kennen Ari, Zoe Leeson, Pantheon Tarek from Jane Sports is an insane lineup. That is so powerful. Zoe Leeson, a mainstay. Kennen Ari, the most broken deck, like tier 0 or tier whatever you want to call it. And then Pantheon Tarek as well has so many opportunities to play into it. And then looking at Frozen Monks, the only real threat that I see from it is like maybe Darkness, maybe Fizzlulu. It's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, even then, like some of those are so risky, some of those are so interesting to see. And like you're
Mhm.
saying, the potential for a 3-0, it's I feel like the same as a potential 3-2 here. It's just so much it's not just on how well a player can go with these decks, how well he can play around this. It's how you can adapt as well in between games, because you will have time to, if your teammate loses, you have time to be able to see how they lost and try and adapt on the fly with your decks on how you want to play. And those
Mhm.
differences, those adaptations really can make a huge difference in who wins, because you can have the best of players, but in this kind of series where you're pretty much showing your tricks until maybe the last player, because he's going to be in the last, the other two players are showing their tricks, and the other team will be able to see them earlier on, so they can be ready for whatever can happen, even if you know where decks even if they don't know what you exactly want to do, there's still good hints that they can get from watching you play.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of that, we can take a look at the lineups for the first matchup. Obviously, we know it's going to be between Aichi and Cameron Hanzo. It's going to be an interesting thing to see. We see obviously Aichi's running Ken and Ari, Azir Aurelia,
Yeah.
Elusives, Cameron Hanzo running Ken and Ari, Darkness, and Thralls. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. Obviously, Ken and Ari very very fast paced. Rally Elusive's also super fast paced. Azir Aurelia is a pretty strong deck in its own right. And then on the flip side, we Cameron Hanzo running Ken and Ari. Obviously, everyone's going to run Ken and Ari. And then they have Darkness and Thrall. So going for two a little slower decks, I think having one slow deck is good. Having two, especially into the meta that we see right now with a lot of fast pace, a lot of
Yeah.
high damage potential decks, running two slow decks I think is not the move.
Yeah, it can be risky, and I feel like it's going to get eventually targeted, or at least I feel like that could be a targeted thing for Aichi, since you have good decks to play around those. Like
Mhm.
you can just spam away the Arican, and I feel like if you can just play the fast pace, the little fast pace Arican, although I think that it's going to get banned, or the Irelia Asir, it can be really damning for the throws as well as the darkness. It's really hard for them to get
Mhm.
the game going in their favor if they just go against some of these decks that can begin stacking, can begin being really harmful earlier on, and can affect you in not allowing you to scale to the point that you want to be strong.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, Darkness can punish all of the decks that Aichi's brought, but that's only if those decks don't really get a good start, don't really get good draws. Anything else, and in all those fast decks will just run through both the Darkness and the Thralls. And as we see the first bank come in, Azir Aurelia actually is taken off the table. That's I think the one deck I would have left up if I was Cameron Hanzo. It's the most time you have to deal with those champions with those boards before the champions really get into their power stages. I mean, Azir takes 12 units summoned, Aurelia takes 13 units attacked with. That's a fairly high level up requirement.
Yeah.
Whereas Kennen is just sort of summon the same unit 5 times, and then you're doing that with one cost units that you're recalling every turn. And then the Lulu Zed only needs one good attack to win.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the rally elusives, honestly. I thought that it was
Mhm.
going to be the focus because I feel like everyone having played the Arcana, you have some good ideas to play around it, and you have to know what can go well against it, even if it's trying to play your own Arcana as well. But I feel like the rally elusives can be much riskier for this kind of control decks, and like you're saying, one good attack can just define everything and not allow you to do what you want.
Mhm. So waiting on the other ban, yeah. So the
I think
Ari
this,
Kennen
yeah,
ban, like you mentioned, TDS. Yeah, I think that's the smart move. Forcing him to play two slow decks into Ari Kennen Rally Elusives. That's probably the best case scenario for you if you're
yeah.
Aichi.
Yeah, and I feel also that I think we're going to see in the first one Darkness Elusives to try and just test out the waters and leave the Kenenari for decisive
Mhm.
because I feel like that's one of the ones that you can have a little bit more uh burden, not burden over now, leeway in terms of what you can do and what you cannot do and what things you would want to try and see because I feel like if Rally Elusives fails, that is going to be a little bit worrisome for Aichi.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I definitely think losing a Rally Elusive early is probably not the best position, but that's really anything. Like you don't want to have to win two two games in a row, but I think if there's any deck that Darkness takes a game off of, it has to be the Rally Elusive. I think the Rally Elusive is the only one that is probably severely punished for not pulling the right cards. Ari Kennen is just going to always get those attacks off, whether it's with Ari or with just those elusive units.
Yeah.
As we wait to get into the first game, looking at the deck lists to try and see anything special, I don't see too much. It is Ari Kennen Shadow Isle, so it has Go Hard in the deck, which is curious. I mean, Go Hard's somewhat of a meme spell unless you're building the whole deck around it. And don't get me wrong, I love playing Go Hard, but I think I think the Shurima version of this deck is just so good. I think there's
I
just
think we saw
no
that
real way
once,
to
right?
counter
We
that.
saw
I
we
think
saw
we
the
saw
Go Hard version once previously.
I think we did. And then we also saw another version of the Shadow Isles with a different card that was not Go Hard. I'm curious what the point of having the Go Hard is. Is it
Yeah,
literally just to have the eventual pack your bags for a closeout?
it may be just that to get that cleanup potential. I feel like that may be it. If you're kind of scared of not being able to deal the finishing blow yourself with just playing the normal way, I feel like that may be the idea overall.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something to think about. Looking at the the rest of the deck lists, um, doesn't really seem like anything's too out of the ordinary. It looks like it looks like Aichi's opted to bring 3 field musicians in his Azir Aurelia deck, and having the mana is very valuable. But I feel like field musicians is not valuable enough to that deck to have 3 of them in. But either way, we're getting into the first game here as it's Stromboli Gaming Aichi versus Frozen Monks Cameron Hanzo, and it looks like we're gonna see a Thrall versus Kennen Ari. So looks like Cameron Hanzo is trying to get the win with the Thralls before he does anything else.
Yeah, and I can kind of understand his idea. I feel like, and you brought this up. The darkness would be much more fitting to go against the rally elusives. So I feel like this would be a good way to try and get that out of the way, and that way you can maneuver as well the leeway of failing once against the Kenari if you lose, but then being able to go against the rally elusives again.
Mm-hmm. And I think that goes back to one of my biggest concerns of bringing two decks that are a little slower, like the Thralls and the Darkness, in that it's you have to have like a really good draw and the other person have a fairly poor draw to win these games if the opponent's using a really fast deck. And it looks like Aichi's had a really, really good start. He has all 3 dancing dewdrops and Ari and the 3 3 Kinku Wayfinders. Now the 3 Kinku Wayfinders is an interesting thing. Like having one of them is really good that you can keep recalling and playing again. Having all 3 is a little bit of a bad start, I think. But aside from that, he's got a really good board setup right now.
Yeah, I like the way the board setup that he had, although really nice try and clear from Cameron Hansel. And speaking immediately speaking about him, he also had the Lysandra and the Talia already set up in his hand and in the board, so potentially setting up for that strong spike that we see from the Thralls.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely like using the shatter so early since you saw the Wayfinder come out. You know that you're going to clear a huge amount of units from Aichi's deck because the Wayfinder comes out and draws 2 more units out. It's just a lot of clear that he's gotten out with an insane amount of value. And I would have preferred to see Aichi wait until he had the Nopify that he drew to do that, to go for the Wayfinder play. But he still has 2 more. He still has 2 more Kennons and 2 more Morn or the Morn, but now you only have 1. So if another another Shatter comes out or this Avalanche that Hanzo has in hand, you're going to need to find something good because the Nopify is not solving the Avalanche problem, but it will save you from Shatter. As yeah, here's the Avalanche.
Yeah, and another one coming through. Nice way once again from Cameron Hansen for to clear, and we see a little bit of the weakness from the Canary with this kind of clear cards, right? Because you now are able to attack those low health cost cards, and you're able to clear the board much more easily. Although trying to keep safe this Ari, which I think it's ideal.
Yeah, no, I definitely like keeping the Ari alive because right now you're not really going to be able to summon any Kennons or anything because there is just so much clear. I mean, we have another another Shatter in hand, and seeing this deck play out now, I'm reminded of how much clear the Thrall has. I mean, maybe it's just like my jaded perspective from playing it, but I always feel like playing against fast decks is terrible. But he's had a really, really good draw with all of these Shatters and Avalanches. He's been able to clear an insane amount of value from those cards and clear a huge amount of cards from Aichi's deck.
Yeah, we haven't seen any damage come through apart from the first 2 attacks since the clear comes, and he's been able to keep his health high. 18 deck now currently also getting the extra health back, so it's in a really nice spot for the Nexus of Cameron Hands, although now filling up the field from the side of Aichi, maybe setting up for a potential really strong attack.
I actually really, really like this sign-in play here because giving every unit 1/1, he has to have another Avalanche in hand to clear them. And now that we see the Talia come out, Aichi knows that there's no Avalanche in hand, and they're safe from the Shatter. So he should be able to go for a huge attack here. Now he's going to go with all of the units, but he can't go for the attack with the Kennan because it is going to be at risk. 2 Kennons. And I think that of dying to the Talia. Now they do have the twin disciplines in hand. So maybe the play is you just attack with Kennen and then either let the Kennen die and use the twin disciplines to win the game. No, you don't do this play though. You need the Ahri to stay alive. And you're not at the level up stage. So this is gonna be so he's opting
Not
not even to
blocking
block it.
either.
I would have called the fake and blocked with Talia. No, you should have blocked with Talia. You should have blocked Kennen's slot with Talia and then watched the twin disciplines come out and then used the three sisters to get a frostbite.
Yeah, if
And then
you're
you
able
would've
to
killed
bite
Ahri.
out that,
You'd have killed Ahri.
that was such a risky bet by Aichi, and then the
Mhm.
answer from Cameron Hanso, he didn't want to take the risk back or the bet back. He just wanted to clear to stop the attack from being that bad. But this just now sets up for a really strong potential attack from Aichi in the next turn as well.
Mm-hmm. Now we do see the clockwork come out, so it's going to be a very very fast rest of the game here. He's a very very good draw to have that card. As we see the the instant sentries come out, and both of these cards are going to be leveled or countdown instantly. And now we see what the power of this Thrall's deck is.
Yeah.
3 8 overwhelm
8/8.
cards on the board and a full attack. So there's going to need to be a lot of health coming out here from Aichi to save this attack. Now he has Homecoming. He has another Twin Disciplines. He's going to need to do something to save this damage. It's going to be 8, 16, 24 to the Nexus through the blockers. So looking at the health he has, there's going to be 3, 8, 16 damage.
It's
16
insane.
damage.
Okay.
And
That is so much.
Thankfully, Cameron Hanzo has no more mana, so he cannot go for a Three Sisters into the +3/4 card. But man, is this really how much health you want to lose?
I was thinking if he goes for the twin disciplines here to save some health potentially.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you save the Dewdrop just so that when the Ahri does level up, you have elusives to attack with. Because if there are no elusives, you're just going to attack and then get blocked by these huge units. So yeah, here's the Homecoming. I really like this play on the Dewdrop because you're now blocking the Sentry, and then you're also recalling a Frozen Thrall, which is now a 8-cost card. It was a 1-cost landmark, but an 8-cost card.
Yeah, denying really nice way to deny the attack, or not deny, but at least stop from happening at this turn. Really, really well played. And now it's setting up for maybe making the Ahri level up. I'm not sure how far away she is, but she should be close to it, if I'm not wrong.
I think she's at probably a 4 level up, because she's attacked twice, and then we've also seen the Homecoming go off, and I believe there's another recall somewhere. I would like to see the Navori Conspirator come out to recall the Wayfinder, because the Wayfinder play would give you a huge board. It'll call out the last 2 Mourned and one of the Dewdrops. Oh, and she's actually at 5 now. She's at 6, so she has leveled up now.
Level up.
But I would have liked to see them recall the Wayfinder so that we could play the Wayfinder and get 2 elusive units to attack with. Because now you would have 4 elusive units on the board.
But he gets the Kenny
Ahri.
as well. Yeah, with the Ahri attack right now, if I'm not wrong, he gets 6 damage with what he has with elusive.
Yeah.
Storm.
Like, I think that was a smart play to clear the Talia, but the Talia wasn't anywhere close to leveling up. I don't think she levels up this game because there's no more Thralls on the board. There's not really a lot of opportunity to wait for those to count down anymore. But we're going to have to see. So there's 3 cards on the... There's 3 elusives on the board. Now, what you need to do is you need to have more elusives on the board. I think if you're Aichi. So he's going to go for the attack here. Ahri's going to clear. She's going to strike every turn. Obviously, he's going to go for the Twin Disciplines play, and Cameron Hanzo is going to have to opt to go for a Frostbite somewhere. Probably in the first. He probably just has to Frostbite Ahri right now. Now, if he Frostbites Ahri no longer recalls and moves down the line. So having these blockers with the Conservator and the Thrall is a good thing. And now, yeah, here's the Frostbite. Ahri will no longer be able to strike down the line unless Aichi opts for the Twin Disciplines, which I don't think he will do because
he's going for it.
Oh, I mean, I guess he goes for it, trying to call the bluff that there's no more Frostbites in hand. But Cameron Hanzo does have enough mana to go for
Yeah.
another Three Sisters into another Frostbite. So this is going to be Three Sisters into a Frostbite. Yep.
He has to go for this. He has to force out the hand out of Cameron Hanso. And
Mhm.
Cameron Hanso has to force the hand because if not, it would be a much more detrimental situation for him.
Mm-hmm. Now the question is, how does Aichi set up another attack? How does he live through the next turn of Cameron Hanzo? Because he has two thralls out now. He
He has
can
the
summon.
Lysandra in hand, potentially.
Sorry.
He has the Lysandra in hand as well, which could potentially be something to work around, but
Yeah,
not sure.
I feel like you just go for the thrall attack if you're Cameron Hanzo. You don't really need the Watcher. You just need to win the game before you play the Watcher, because I think Lysandra requires 2 to level up, and then she needs 4 or 5 total to summon the the Watcher. Yeah, so she creates a Watcher in hand. The Watcher is 5 plus allies that are 8 plus. There's only going to be 4, so they would need to play Lysandra, and then play the the other Frozen Thrall.
Yeah.
Oh well, now this was a good play. I really like this play from Aichi, actually. Recalling the other Thrall now forces it
Oh.
that even if a Thrall comes out next turn, there's only 1 as opposed to 3. So this is a really, really good position for Cameron Hanzo. He needs to get both Thralls out on the board and have both Thralls stay there to win this game. And now that Aichi's out of recalls, that is potentially an option, but it's going to be 3 turns down the line. So he has to survive the next attack and then attack again with both Thralls on the board, which with Kennen is not really going to happen. Kennen's going to stun those
Yeah.
cards up every time.
This is really, really hard for Cameron Hanso to go forward with. Although he gets the level up from the Lysandra, but this deck's attack, surviving for the next 2 turns, is going to be so hard for him.
Yeah. Now, what would have been the better play, I think, from Cameron Hanzo? Getting the tough on Nexus is good, but it doesn't matter because you're going to lose Lysandra. You have to block with
Yeah.
Lysandra. I would have liked to see the Frozen Thrall come out to block with the Frozen Thrall, because now you have 7 mana and you don't have enough mana to summon another unit. You have to get the angle here for Cameron Hanzo is he had to have played the Thrall this turn, played the Thrall next turn, and then the third turn play Lysandra and the Watcher in the same turn, because once you play Lysandra, the Watcher is already at the 0 cost threshold, and then you can play that immediately after. But now you have to play a Thrall this turn and next turn, and then the Watcher after playing the 2 Thralls.
It's going to be instead just in mid attack. Yeah, this defense is going. I don't think there's enough for the defense. He does get 1 potential clear card, but I don't feel like it's enough.
So with the
Yeah.
tough. Oh, I was gonna say that with the tough, there's a possibility that this works, but he's just gonna go for the forfeit, which, I mean, maybe I was looking at was not going to happen. There was no possibility, but what an insane start to our night. Yes.
Yeah, already a lot of decision making going just in the last few turns already. Just a lot of good decision making by Aichi with the setup that he had, and it was looking kind of hard when the thralls came in from Cameron Hanso. But I feel like he maneuvered his way really well, getting the stuns out, controlling the amount of times he went for cannon. Because after the avalanche, he went for the bet that there was no more chance to get cleared, and that bet ended up paying up because he just was able to set up his board even better.
Yeah, definitely a smooth play from Aichi as we go into the Rally Elusives deck. Now, it looks like Hanzo's opted for the Darkness, which is probably the smart choice into this deck, but it's definitely not where you want to be when you're forced onto 2 slow decks.
Yeah.
Aichi just has to win this game and it's over, and he's off to the next matchup. Whereas Hanzo has to win this and then go back to the Thrall and win again. Now, the Thrall deck has reminded us why it is so good, even into some faster decks, because of the clear. But with, I think specifically against the Ken and Ari, the recall is the biggest counter to that deck because you're recalling the thralls and they are now 8 costs.
Yeah, I feel like the plan B from that deck, relying so heavily on the clears, it's probably not the strongest way of playing around a plan B. And with the recalls, like you're pointing out, it just becomes easier to get denied your thralls.
Yeah, and now looking into this game, Cameron Hunt's off to a pretty good start. He does have the Twisted Catalyzer on board, getting an attack off, a free attack, so now it can get another one as well. So the darkness will already be up to 4 at least. Now, what I would like to see is after Aichi's made his move, played his mana, depending on what happens, I'd like to see Cameron Hanzo play the Veigar, get it out there early, get it leveled up. But yeah, and we're gonna see the Zed come out. Now, the Zed play early is a little risky. Granted, you have Twin Disciplines. There could be a Notify, but going so early into what you know, into a deck you know has darkness, is definitely risky. Now, I like the Sharp Sight play here, but it's
He
not
really
enough.
wants to kill this set, yeah.
You have to Twin Disciplines here. I think you have to.
Yeah.
Is he
I feel
going?
like he's forced to, but
I feel like that would be the play too. You keep the Zed on the board. Granted, you spent a lot of mana to do it, but you're not going to get a big attack off, a huge attack, at least 5 damage onto the board, and then another unit's going to be summoned. But
I can understand the hesitation, but yeah, you have to go for the play. Losing your set so early on can be really detrimental for you.
if it was like the Twisted or the Twisted, it was like the Green Glade tool or something, I'd be okay. Like maybe this isn't the play. Maybe you shouldn't be spending this much mana. But this is one of your champions. This is one of your huge win conditions.
Yeah.
That you want to save. Like you've played it early. You're going to want to have it on the board. And
at the end, though, he was able to save the Twin Disciplines, so can probably use it for a potential next darkness coming through.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It's actually really good that you pointed that out because he is going to be able to survive at least another darkness. Now, the good thing for Aichi though is that he blew a ton of mana from Cameron Hanzo, and he wasn't able to play the Veigar. It wasn't able to get that stacking off. And the more you keep Hanzo on the back foot in terms of mana supply, the longer it takes the Veigar to come out.
Yeah, this deck is based completely on being able to not only get the darkness stacking, but getting the value out of your darkness, right? So the fact that he was able to blow up so much mana and not getting that much value for that mana, it's so ideal for Aichi. And already making his board even stronger as well.
Yeah, both the Green Glade duos coming out, and then a pass from Cameron Hanzo is just going to mean that there's a fairly strong attack from Aichi. Now, Aichi or Cameron Hanzo could go for the block with the Robe Maker and try and get rid of the Zed, but there is like we mentioned, the Twin Disciplines still exists in hand. But there's a lot of other cards in Cameron Hanzo's deck that could potentially stop this attack. I mean, the Withering Whale is one of them. Withering Whale will clear all 3 of those elusive cards and put Zed at 1 health, which can just be immediately followed up by the Pokestick.
And I think you'd be willing to go for that if you're Cameron Hunt. So just getting rid of this set and potentially a lot of the strength in the board would be super ideal for him at this point.
And even if it's just blowing the Twin Disciplines and forcing it to be used defensively as opposed to offensively, is just going to be so valuable.
Yeah, it's take away value from your opponent.
You have to go for the Withering here. You have to go for the Withering Whale. You can't. I don't think you can take this damage, and you get the value of clearing all those units. Like, the longer the Green Glade stays on the board, the more value it's going to get, the more damage it's going to get to the Nexus. The Withering Whale, I think, is the perfect card here. It's going to clear all 3 of those elusives and heal your Nexus back to 20. And then, worst case, it goes back down to 17. You only lose 1 health on this whole exchange.
He seems to be going for no, he's going for the Pokestick instead. Maybe he doesn't want to spend a lot of mana just to be able to invoke that Veigar this turn.
Yeah, that's probably what he's likely looking for. But wow, so the Twin Disciplines is going to be used defensively. I feel like you have to play the Whale here now. You have to clear something.
Yeah, you don't get enough value out of now using this Pokestick.
Yeah. I mean, you have to use the Whale here. You have to use the Whale because you can't play the Veigar. If the Veigar comes out, then Aichi's immediately going to go for the Golden Aegis. Immediately going to go for the Rally. you have to use the whale here. You have to make sure that there's not enough
You
cards
have to
left
get
on
the
the board.
clear. Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to get the clear here.
The pokey stick leadoff was not the move because it allowed Stromboli or for Aichi to go for the defensive twin disciplines, but if you went for the
Yeah, he's
withering
first.
whale, you probably wouldn't have drawn out this defensive twin disciplines, and you would have cleared that, and then I don't think you still go for the golden ages here, but you still now also don't have mana for Vagar. But yeah, here's the golden ages, so we're gonna see another attack here with nothing to answer from Cameron Hanzo. The only thing he can do is block the shadow from Zed. Oh, and the wow, that's a lot of cards. So that's 7.
That is a really nice two-part attack from Aichi.
Yeah, that was really well played from Aichi. Just waiting for the mana to be drawn out. Now, I would like to see the Withering Whale here, but he has another one in hand now, and the Solari Sentinel. I think is the best of the Sentinel cards. Maybe followed by Des and Ada, but Des and Ada are also pretty interesting as well. And we're gonna see 4 damage to the Nexus and 4 to the Zed. Because the Twin Discipline has been used, there's no opportunity for that to be defensive. So we still get to clear the Zed.
Yeah, so finally he gets to clear the Zed, but I feel like the Zed did a lot of damage already. Obviously, it wasn't the one-hit deck, the one-hit kill.
Why would you play the Bright Steel that turn? If you're gonna spend 3 mana, why wouldn't you spend the 3 mana on the Vanguard Bannerman? There was no more mana from Hanzo. There was no spells that could clear
There's no way to answer.
Yeah, there isn't a way to answer. I mean, the Withering Whale.
The Withering Whale.
See, this is the turn you should have played the Bright Steel Protector. This is the turn you should have played the Bright Steel Protector onto the the Green Glade Duo, and the Vanguard Bannerman last turn would have been a good opportunity to get the card out and then also go for the block.
Oh,
but wow! Wait,
surrendered.
2 Solari Sentinels? I guess the lifesteal is enough to make it unwinnable. I mean, you did run out of cards. You had no more units in your hand, so that was an interesting end to that game. I was not expecting it to be over so soon. I guess.
Yeah,
I guess the lifesteal was too much.
Yeah, maybe the losing the set like that just didn't enable anything from Aichi to go farther in his attack, and he just didn't think that there was a possibility to block or survive long enough that he would get another round of a strong attack. And against a control, I can kind of see that, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it goes back to what we were saying earlier, where like the Rally Lucis deck is very strong, but if the wind gets taken out of the sails, if it falls too far behind, if it loses that snowball, then it is a very, very difficult deck to play. You need to have a lot of units on board.
Yep.
And between the 2 Withering Whales and all of the other spell damage that came out, Aichi just had nothing left in his hand.
Yeah, now against this Thrall's deck where you have a lot of clear potential, and we saw how much the clear was did in the previous game. I think that maybe Aichi may be running into a problem this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna come down to how much draw Hanzo can pull. Having the Ice Shard in hand is a good start, but he's gonna need to find a lot of those. A lot of his Ice Shards, a lot of his Avalanches. Now he does have 2 Bladed Ravines, so that is going to allow him to get a lot of healing and damage down, but it's gonna come down to timing for those, I think. You're going to need to use it at the correct spot so that you get the most value out of the 2 damage, because you are damaging your own Nexus. You're only gaining 2 health back at the end of it, but Aichi has a pretty good start. He has Lulu, he has the Fleet Feather, he has the Green Glade, and he has the Young Witch. So he could get a fairly strong attack off. The only thing he has to look out for is the clear cards TDS, like you mentioned.
Yeah, which in hand there's not that many to potentially clear a lot of these units. Maybe this one, but the other ones are something that Aichi probably doesn't have to fear so early on. Mm-hmm. Like the Avalanche is going to be the main risk, in my opinion.
So Cameron Hanzo actually did a pretty neat play there. He played the Blighted Ravine and used it as a sort of deny, really. He's like, okay, the Blighted Ravine's on the board. You have mana, but you can't spend it because all of your units will take damage, and all of them will just be cleared. I know that this deck only has like 1 or 2 3 health cards, one of them being Lulu, the other being the Vanguard Bannerman. If you play anything, it's going to go down. But we're going to see here some damage come out, but not enough. So there's going to be 4 damage down onto the Talia, and the Fleet for the Tracker is still alive. So it's a good start, but the Talia has come out and duplicated the Thrall.
Yeah, and there's another Talia in hand. So even if you get rid of this one, there's another chance to see a Talia there.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, it's going to be interesting. And if another Talia comes out, that's going to be a very, very bad place to be. Like, if the Talia just opts to attack here, which I think is the smart play, and then you just see another Talia out, you now have 3 Thralls that are at 2-2. Or at 2, not 2-2, but at 2 turns before the countdown. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but it looks like the play to kill this Talia, but it'd be just end up being counterintuitive for Aichi.
Mm-hmm. And the Bracelet Protector now coming out to protect against an Ice Shard. Since there are 2 on the board, it would have been tempting. It would have been a good bait for the Ice Shard to come out, which I think Aichi's trying to find. He's trying to call out or to force Hanzo to be like, okay, well, this is the time to use the Ice Shard before it's too late, because he still has the Young Witch and the Green Blade duo in hand, which are the higher value cards compared to the Fleet Feather Tracker. And now with the Blighted Ravine coming out, it doesn't really matter what happens. Both the Fleet Feathers are dead. The Bracelet Protector is dead because the barrier goes away and then the damage comes out, I believe, is the order of operations for that.
Yes, overall, a lot of possibility for Aichi to just be willing to risk his current board and go for the next one. The only thing that I think Aichi may be missing is obviously the fact that the set is no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the Zed is no longer there, but it's going to be interesting now because the Green Glade's out. Now the question is, does the Ice Shard come out now or after the Young Witch comes out? Which is kind of just a game of chicken. You know, Cameron Haas was saying, oh, you have another like 1 health unit. And Aichi's saying, well, you need to play the Ice Shard, but neither of them are taking the other's bait.
Yeah, and I feel like Cameron Hanzo has the upper hand in this one because it's not like I was going to say, it's not like he needed to go that far for this, and it's actually Aichi that falls for the bait and goes for the Young Witch, so it's going to get cleared. Although, the
Ranger's Resolve.
Important.
Yeah, Aichi is very, very... the deck he's built is very, very good in the fact that it has these sort of cards that will save his units from these clear, like the Ranger's Resolve. And even if he didn't have Ranger's Resolve, he had Deny. So there was 2 options for Aichi to save his cards here. So if an Avalanche had come out, then the Deny is used. If the Ice Shard comes out, then the Ranger's Resolve is used. And opting for the Frostbite here is definitely a smart play. And now, wow, the Golden Ages.
Yeah, he had the Golden Ages there. I didn't expect the attack to be this strong this turn, so it actually just going to be so strong now for the second one. Nice setup by Aichi once again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, a very, very good start here. Now, the problem is that he can get the Young Witch to 4-4, or he can save the Lulu from going down. And he's going to go for the Young Witch to go to 5-5, actually, excuse me, which is just 1 damage shy of getting the win. 1 damage.
That's all you need, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
From both sides.
That is all you need, really. Now, there is another Ice Shard in Cameron Hanzo's hand, but when does it come out? It doesn't come out now because the Talia is being used, but the Talia is going to copy the one turn Thrall, obviously, but they're all going to come out on the attack turn. They're on the defense turn.
On the defense turn, yeah.
There's no option to clear these elusives without using an Ice Shard. And there's the Deny has to be used for the Ice Shard here. Oh, the 2 sharp sights. The 2 sharp sights.
Okay, I think it's done. Yeah.
He sharp sight twice. He can use it on both units. Wait, it doesn't even matter. He's using sharp sight on both units. Okay, yeah. So you play 1 sharp sight. You bait the Frostbite out, but it doesn't even matter.
Wait,
no.
Well, yeah, I was going to say he came on just 1, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but there was still the opportunity that Hanzo should have gone for with the Ice Shard and the Frostbite. Ice Sharding the Green Glade and Frostbiting the Young Witch. But it doesn't matter. But I would have liked to
Yeah.
see it. I would have liked to seen the effort to not just have gotten like rolled over, or not just gotten but rolled over, but still an amazing series to start off our first playoff match.
Yeah.
All three
It,
games, all three
it
games.
it was honestly tit for tat until the
Mhm.
last turn. Like both players going even, trying to go for the correct trades, trying to go for as much as they can. And I feel like it was Aichi at the end that was able, but it was so close because we were one turn away from getting the 3 throws with the Talia. And if there was no potential to stop the units from Aichi from dying there, then you get the super huge attack with the throws and you win. So the margin of error was so small, but I feel like both players played it as well as they could.
Yeah, no, definitely a great series from both players. Like we saw the darkness work out really well. We saw the
Yeah.
thralls working out well twice. It just came down to the last turns both times. Like both these players are making the correct decisions. They're making the smart plays with their cards that they've been given. So I'm very very excited. I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the games that we have. But with Aichi taking the win here, he's going to be going up against MTuck next.
Yeah.
There's no change on the side of the winning team. You just play the next player on the opposing team. And MTuck's got an interesting lineup. He's got the Fizz, or at least Trundle, Fizz, Lulu, and Pantheon Taric. So this is going to be a bit of a change up from what we saw. You know, Elise Trundle is an interesting deck. It's very, very interesting. It operates, I think, almost uniquely from any other deck. Fizz Lulu going to be very, very fast, and Pantheon Taric's going to be a very, very strong deck. Pretty much pretty different from all the other decks. Anything you're looking forward to for that matchup, TDS?
I want to see the least strong if it doesn't get banned away
Mhm,
against the Kenenari because I feel like that deck can work so well against the Kenenari deck.
mhm. No, I think you're totally right. Like between the spells in Freljord and the Shadow Isles, there's a lot of clear in the Vile Feast, the Grasp of the Undying, all this other stuff. And then there's also a lot of, what's the word for it? Like the not deny, but like a lot of power shifting cards, like Troll Chant, all
Buffy?
that other fun stuff. Yeah, and then there's Iceborne Legacy. So we're gonna see a lot of really strong
Yeah.
spiderlings. So we're in for a treat, but don't go anywhere. We're gonna take a quick break before we get into the next matchup. We'll be right back with some more Legends of Runeterra. What's up, everyone? We're coming at you hard and fast. We're already into game 2. They started it already. It's Elise Trundle versus uh it's Elise Trundle versus uh-oh. A bit of minor technical difficulties, but it is Elise Trundle versus
Yeah,
what? Yes.
it is at least Rondo, I think, against Rowdy Elusives from what I could see, although I'm not sure, but I think it's probably Rowdy Elusives.
Yeah, I
Looking
think we
at the
saw
set.
I think we saw the same
Yeah,
hand. We
yeah, it
saw
is.
Elise Trundle
Okay,
hand twice.
confirmation. It is Rowdy Elusives.
Yeah. But
I saw a set, so that's why I based on that.
I got a little distracted. But yeah, no, it's Elise Trundle versus uh yeah, the rally elusive. So yeah, like you said, hard and fast, already in the game 2. Turn 3, we see the Zed come out again. So one Zed's already been cleared, and the health bars are still looking pretty good. And now we're gonna see another
Yeah.
crawling sensation come out. Now, unfortunately, there's not enough mana to go for the Iceborne Legacy, but next turn, Iceborne Legacy, that's an option. And we talked a lot when this card got changed. Iceborne Legacy, I think, is gonna be insanely busted. It just needs to find the right decks, and Spiderlings is one of them.
Yeah, guess what deck becomes really good with that card? It's the Spiderlings. And I feel like the Spiderlings just makes that card the most powerful it can be, in my opinion at
Mhm.
least. I feel like what you get, the result out of using that card with the Spiderlings, it's just so strong, so useful. And against so much low health decks, it can just run them over.
Yeah, and I'm curious if there's another Spiderling in hand. Yeah, no, there is. Okay, I wasn't sure if we were behind on the opposing hand, but yeah, we're gonna see another Spiderling come out. So 5 Spiderlings on the board going into next turn. No clear from Aichi in his hand, at least right now. There's gonna be 5/3/3 Spiderlings attacking at the start of next turn. That's an insane place to be in.
Yeah, setting himself up already really early on, particularly.
No, this is a very very good place to be. You know, Spiderlings is one of the deck you start out with in Legends of Runeterra. It's one of the first decks they give you is at least Darius deck, I think,
Yeah.
because it's such a good. It's not maybe not good, but it's such a versatile deck. You can win through the spiders, you can win through the Darius, and now that Iceborne Legacy is so good, we're seeing why Spiderlings was so good on release of the game because
Yeah.
it's so simple to get a lot of cards out. It was one of the first subtypes to have cards affect it. You know, spider the tag spider being able to get buffed up by other spider cards. Just such an interesting archetype to be running, and that yeah, we're seeing Aichi taking his time trying to think things through. But there's not a lot of options here. I mean, you don't have any mana to summon units. You have no spells to clear. We're just gonna be seeing a pretty beefy attack from M-Tuck next turn.
Yeah, would you think that I would like to go and protect with the set, risking it dying? I feel like you have to keep it alive, even if that means taking a huge attack.
If you take that, that is a lot of that's 15 damage. Like that's a lot of damage. We live with 4 health, and there's still 5 Spiderlings on the board. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, the full run attack is going to be really strong. Like the setup already is strong, quite good for MTAG. Although now with a set potentially coming here, we can see maybe him more willing to throw away the set.
I feel like I feel like you have to. But it's still 12 damage. That is still such an insane amount to get out on turn 4.
Yeah,
12 damage on turn 4. Wow. Like yeah, you mentioned the Zed still exists, the Loren protege still exists. Waiting to next turn to play both the Loren protege makes sense. And the Navori Blade Scout. So I like this. I think this is a good uh a good line. You need to play you need to play the I think you need to play the Loren protege. I
maybe
think you
maybe he
play
can go
the Loren
for
protege
twin
before you
disciplines
attack.
here with the golden ages. So he goes for the twin disciplines to blow some of the spiders, and then with the golden ages once again to maybe force the second round of spiders to defend.
Maybe maybe I think if the twin disciplines comes out, it has to be now before the attack's committed, so that
Yeah.
the shadow gets the 3 or the +3 as well. It looks like he's not gonna
He
opt for
opted out
that.
of it, yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. We also have to remember that Vengeance got buffed. It's only a 6 cost now. If the Twin Disciplines comes out, Vengeance is just taking that off the board. There's nothing you can do to stop that.
Yeah, I'd rather not risk it right now from Aichi.
Okay, now you Loren Protege. Even if you Loren Protege, there's not enough mana to kill, or not enough mana to give you enough power to challenge and kill the Elise. But no, this now you Golden Aegis. You Golden Aegis no matter what. You Loren Protege, Golden Aegis, no matter what. I think
You want to try and still clear something, right? You want to try and force out something still.
And now you know, even though Vengeance is 6 mana, Mtuck doesn't have enough anymore. The Elise caused him to go down below 6. So now your Zed is safe, at least from Vengeance. Now with the Golden Aegis and Barrier, it's safe from even like a Grasp coming out. So this is a really good place to be in for Aichi, I think. But now you need to attack with the Golden Aegis. Attack with the Twin Disciplines. Attack with the damage. Get it out. Let's go. Clear some board.
Yeah, force it out. I do agree here. I feel like it was going to come maybe last time, but he went for the safer play, and it probably can be even more valuable this time around.
Mm-hmm. And I think this is the best angle that Aichi could have gone for. It's just unfortunate for Mtuck because he used both crawling sensations last round, so he has no more opportunity to get re-Spiderlings. He has to keep attacking with the Elise and hope that Elise stays alive as well as the Spiderlings.
Yeah, I think that you defend here with the set and maybe try and.
I feel like you sharp sight. You sharp sight the Zed and block the Elise. Is that not the angle? Is that not the play?
I feel like that's the best way to try and play around this this particular attack from this. Particularly even if the Vengeance comes out, like you at least are able to survive for another turn. And in the next one you have potential double attack with the Golden Aegis.
So I totally agree. But now we have to watch out for Mtuck because Mtuck just has the straight up win condition here now. He has the Spiderling, and Aichi's gonna be down to 4 health. He basically needs to play the Trundle and then just Atrocity immediately.
Oh, he's not going for the Elise.
Now this, I would have liked to see the block on the Elise. Now Vengeance is going to come out. I definitely would have liked to just see this attack go through and then play the Trundle into the immediate Atrocity. Because right now, if you played a Trundle last turn, even if you lost Elise or you lost the Spiderling, you could play Trundle last turn and immediately Atrocity. Immediately clear the game.
Yeah, like the setup for Mtuck already is so strong. Even if the last deck doesn't go through, or goes through, I mean.
And now we see Mtuck waiting for more mana to be played from Aichi. He has the Brood Awakening in hand. He doesn't want it to get denied because he knows that that's an easy win here. But he's gonna have to go for it eventually. I mean, I think this is a good turn for Mtuck. I mean, no matter what he does, I think he just wins the next turn. I think he just takes the dub. Like next turn,
in all honesty, this attack doesn't really mean that much. Taking that health, like there's nothing to follow up that can be really worrisome, even if the Golden Aegis comes out.
Yeah, and here's the Brood Awakening, which is summoning more Spiderlings and giving them all more power. So yeah, even it doesn't matter what Aichi does. I would have liked to see the Trundle just to be proactive, because if the Brood Awakening hadn't come this turn, it maybe could have spiraled out of control. Maybe there's the possibility that Aichi pulls really well and Mtuck is looking for that win condition because he hasn't played his mana correctly because he lost a huge amount on that one turn that he could have played Trundle into the Atrocity, but still a really good play from Mtuck. He was able to find what he needed, and he was basically in control the whole game. I mean, he getting the Spiderlings out, 1-cost cards that you can summon with spells that immediately become 3/3s is like insane. It's such a good.
I love how that deck works, honestly.
I just love how Iceborne Legacy works. It's such a good interaction, I think is the word I'm going to use.
Yeah, but I feel like it's a correct one.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not anymore now that it's a burst card, but maybe fast is the best place for it. But we're in the game.
Can find a lot of value.
We're in the game too. We're into game 2 with Mtuk going for the Pantheon Tark. So that means that, judging from the bans, which we were not able to see, it's going to be the
Fizz Lulu getting
Fizz
banned
Lulu,
away.
yeah, Fizz Lulu taken away. Sorry, I was trying to find the sheet.
Yeah, now we've yet to see what else Aichi probably gets banned, but he's going once again with the rally elusives to try and get the win out of the way. And this is going to be a little bit hard, especially if the Pantheon is able to get set up, be set up.
No, I totally agree. I think it's curious to see what the angle is for Aichi. I would have liked to see the Lulu, but maybe he's being cautious of like a single combat or something, because we know that those exist in Pantheon Tark decks.
Yep.
They love running single combat. They love running concerted strike, all that other fun stuff. So putting the Lulu out there is just asking for her to be taken out the board almost immediately. And only at 4 mana means you don't really have another way to save her. So going for the elusive play here, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and a lot of units already put out in the board, but it's not going to be one of the strongest attacks. It's going to be pretty much shape damage and try and maybe force out something. Maybe just blow out the barrier here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think this is probably the best use of the Brightsteel Protector. I was a little curious why they went for this play before, when they could have just used the Young Witch and gave the Fleet Feather quick attack. But this is actually a very good play. I like this a lot because you're clearing the barrier for free and you're forcing not forcing, but you're making the Brightsteel, if it wants to block, to just die. There's no trade out on that. So I really like this play.
Yeah, overall, a nice way to try and brittle down onto the defense of Mtuk. Also, like you're saying, and I feel like that's the most important part, taking away the barrier from the Pantheon. Just making it easier to be able to take away that card as soon as you can.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely the right play, because if you don't challenge the barrier with barrier, you're only attacking with your elusives. Now, the Sharp Sight coming out is a good play because it allows you to save the Bracewell Protector as opposed to dying to the quick attack, and clear out an elusive on the side of Aichi, opting for the Green Glade Duo as opposed to the Young Witch. Now, I would have liked to see the Young Witch get cleared out. The Young Witch provides a ton of value to cards that aren't necessarily elusive or strong in their own right.
Yeah, I feel like you would want to take away those buffing potential from the Young Witch just because it's going to be much more detrimental if you get those strong buffing attacks next, apart from when you get the Lulu.
Yeah, and now we see Aichi still holding on to that Lulu, still being safe, knowing that there's a single combat in Mtuk's deck, which is the spell that I think we're about to see here. Yeah, single combat between the Pantheon and the Young Witch. He's looking for like a Twin Disciplines or something. He's looking for something to go on to the Young Witch to try and trade out with the Pantheon. And you could go for a Pal Cascade and save the Pantheon, or you could just let the Pantheon die and then play your next Pantheon.
Yeah. Thing is, from the same side on Aichi, he also has another Young Witch in hand, so it's not like you need to save this particular one. He is going for the Twin Disciplines, though.
No, I like the play. I mean, I like that he's calling the bluff of Mtuk, and Mtuk's going to opt to save the Pantheon as opposed to letting it die and playing the next Pantheon.
So much resources used.
Yeah, 3 mana, 2 spells that are, the Pal Cascade is only this round, but the Tough will last. But now he's very weak. This is a lot of resources used for a Pantheon that will die to anything that's stronger than 1 power.
Which right now there's a lot.
Yeah, everything is more than 1 power. Now, stunning the Green Glade Duo is an interesting play. I guess it makes sense because you're also giving yourself more health. I was going to say it's interesting when there's a challenger on the board, but you do have a lot in your deck or in your hand that's able to protect this Pantheon. Now, the second Young Witch coming out is going to be interesting. Now, does Mtuk opt for another stun, or does he just let the attack come through?
The attack would be right now 8, which wouldn't be enough. be able to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Although with the Young Witch, he actually gets extra damage, so you have to go for some cover. Would you go here? No, the Pantheon. There's not enough damage to kill the Pantheon here. So yeah, I was thinking if you go for the damage, try and kill the Pantheon with a with the forgot the name of the card with the Blight Side.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like it's just not enough.
So I was gonna bring up that I would prefer to see the Young Witch onto the Brightstone Protector, because now it is a threat to kill the Pantheon. If
Yeah.
the Pantheon wants to block, it's going to trade out. So I like that they've done this. Now the Concerted Strike. This is gonna be a lot of mana, a ton of mana to just save a Pantheon that you
He
have
still has
another
another
of in
one,
hand.
yeah.
You have another one in hand, and you're trading out and you're using the Concerted Strike on an elusive. Wow. That is a ton of mana to not even save the Pantheon, but I guess you're still getting the return value on taking out an elusive. Wow.
Yeah, I'm honestly not super convinced with that, particularly because if you have the Pantheon in hand, you save the Pantheon, right? Like you can even use it in this turn.
Mm-hmm. You could have used the Pantheon, but now you're just at risk of. Oh, okay. So I actually saw that the mana went below 2 basically, so there's no risk of
Yeah.
a single combat. So he opts for the Lulu. But I think you could have gone for a Golden Aegis there. You could have gone for a Golden Aegis, got block or like let the attack go through for nothing, and then went for the attack. But it doesn't even matter. The game, this just it. They realize that there's no returning from this, even if the Golden Aegis isn't played. So definitely an interesting game too there. I mean, that was almost just Pantheon going out of control, but Aichi found the card. He found a wide board, and he was ready to go for a huge attack, basically. But definitely an interesting start.
Yeah, and I liked from Aichi the way that he called the bluffs from MTalk, because he forced out a lot of spells, forced out a lot of mana, and just made himself be strong by just staying there, by just being there, essentially. And I really like how Aichi played that out with the rally elusives that it can be quite hard to eventually pull off, even without a set, because I think that we saw a set in the beginning, or we didn't even saw a set at all.
Wow, Aichi. Oh, okay, Aichi. Wow. I was gonna say mulliganing the sparring student in your mulligan for Azir Aurelia. That is an interesting angle. That is a curious thing.
Does he think that he can get that without having to worry about that later on?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Sparring Student is the card that you want to have in your hand for Azir Aurelia. But so far, having 2 Emperor's Diocese is a great start. I mean, that's 2 free Sand Soldiers every turn you attack, and then having the Azir in hand and the Sparring Student, that's going to be a pretty beefy Sparring Student. That's going to be 4/4 every turn at least, just through the Sand Soldiers.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, Sparring Student comes out now. Azir comes out next turn, and MTalk has no way to answer this. He has Concerted
Aurelia as well.
Yeah, Aurelia. He has the Concerted Strike, but the Concerted Strike would be a ton of mana to clear the student. That would be an insane amount of mana just to clear a Sparring Student. Oh,
And based on last time, he
still
shouldn't.
combat. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, based on last time, he needs to be careful about his usage of mana on last game. I mean,
no, it'll be a very interesting game here. Wow, he opted not to go for the single combat. Okay, this is gonna be a 5/5 Sparring Student now, so they're gonna need to find some damage. They have gems, but they can't be used now since they're focused. Wow, he's just gonna go for the chump block with the barrier, which makes sense. That's a good option, but wow, not opting to kill the Sparring Student before it could get too strong.
yeah, the thing is, honestly, losing the barrier is not that bad for MTug, and maybe he's just betting on being just way stronger now with the Taric being played out.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, the gem coming out is curious. I would have liked to see the gems being saved and going for like a Pal Cascade here, because you would have gotten a double draw from the Pal Cascade. You would have gotten 2 cards for getting the same effect as the gem.
Yeah, that would have made this attack a little bit scarier, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Now I think Aichi is saving mana, or not saving, but being cautious about playing the Aurelia because of the potential single combat or concerted strike. Now, single combat coming out to clear the Azir is definitely a good start for Aichi. We talked a lot
Yeah.
about calling bluffs, which is seems like Aichi's just been doing all day. He's just been saying, "Oh, you don't have this card. You don't have this card. I've seen you play this. I know you're not gonna have another one, or I think you don't have another one." But this is still a really good place for Emtok. He still has a concerted strike. He'll be able to clear the Aurelia or clear the sparring student. It's just that's going to be a huge commitment of mana.
Do you really want to commit that match? Goes the blade from Irelia, but not going to be that match for nothing to be afraid, at least for Mtok just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
now
I mean,
that is a lot of units that he does end up getting out.
Yeah, with the concerted strike, he still will have enough damage to kill the sparring student. I think no matter what power or health it gets to, because
Yeah.
you know the 8/4 wounded white flame, and then any other card, as long as it's not like 20 health, I think the sparring student will just go down to that no matter what. But playing the second sparring student, now that is an interesting start. And here I think we're going to see the concerted strike come out. No Golden Aegis, no. What is the angle here for Mtuk? I think it's just concerted strike onto the sparring student. I think that's just the angle.
Maybe with Golden Ages to just force out a lot of the board that is already present in the side of Aichi. Like I can see maybe that would be something that he would like, but I think that just going for the concerted strike would be the most ideal. Like you take away one of the students, at least you can wiggle around in the next turns.
Yeah, no, I definitely think Golden Aegis is the play. Like you mentioned, the barrier is guaranteeing one of the sparring students goes down, and you get to attack. I think that's definitely the play. I don't think passing is the option. I think you need to play the Golden Aegis just to say to Aichi. Wow, that's really interesting because now this is going to be a huge attack from.
And it really leveled up as well.
And yeah, he's getting a huge attack from Aichi with the Aurelia level up. So now even if you block Aurelia, there's nothing that's healthy enough to save it. I mean, you have the Pal Cascade. That would put the Wound White Flame at 10-5 or 10-6. But that still doesn't matter because Aurelia is just going to Blade Surge to a different position.
Yeah. I'm surprised he just passed on the opportunity to maybe force something out of his way to protect the dragon or just force his attack.
Now this is an interesting block from Mtuk. So I think blocking with Tark is a good call out, but it kind of just doesn't, because the Aurelia will either just Blade Surge, and so if a unit with 4 health blocks Aurelia, then they're just going to go for the attack because the quick attack will clear it. If a unit with more health than Aurelia blocks, Aurelia is just going to Blade Surge somewhere else. It doesn't matter. So it's really just a game of like, where is my blocker most effectively used? And yeah, we're gonna see the Resolver and Redeemer come out to give the huge sparring student overwhelm. And this is just gonna be the game. There's nothing that you can do here. This is enough damage to kill through the Nexus. Oh, this is just game. This is game. It doesn't matter what happens. Pal Cascade, anything, concerted strike. Is that enough?
Blade Surge now coming through though.
Yeah, the Blade Surge. So... Oh my gosh, that was insane. The Blade Surge to change the target of the concerted strike.
Yeah, that's it.
Nothing Mtuk could do mattered. Wow. That is so unfortunate. That was, oh my gosh. Saving the mana for
so well played by Aichi.
Saving the mana for the concerted strike was smart. I definitely like that. But oh my gosh, that's such a difficult call to make. Because the Aurelia leveling up, I think, was the biggest threat for that deck that turn.
Yeah.
Because the Blade Surge makes it so that even with the Concerted Strike, it doesn't matter. The Absolver and the Redeemer also came in huge, giving that insane sparring student overwhelm. So that the Blade Surge could move it somewhere or save it. Or save it from, like, the Concerted Strike that we saw.
Yeah, and it ended up being just leaving the student there for longer than it probably needed to be. And I feel like it was that moment, that passing moment where it was a hard call, but you have to whittle down before that Irelia became a threat. And the fact that
Mhm.
I'm talk didn't go for the attack in that particular moment, or even that, not even the attack, but forcing something out, killing one of the targets, making something happen before that attack became prevalent. I think that was the decision that made that game much more easily for Aichi to call out what he needed to do. And at the end, it was the final decision that pretty much put the nail in the coffin for the game and the series and the
Yeah,
match.
I
I mean,
mean,
sorry.
no, I mean you mentioned it all. Like the sparring student should not be left on the board. Azir and Aurelia, they're cool cards. They do a lot of stuff for you for your attacks, but they aren't really what wins you the game. It's the sparring students and the Green Glade duos, these cards that get insanely powerful from all these units being summoned. That's where the win is, especially when there's cards like Absolver and Redeemer. Aurelia at the end of the game is just sort of like so you can move those huge cards where you want because they're going to get blocked
Yeah,
since they're powerful, and then eventually the Aurelia will be the weakest card on the board, and then you move the Aurelia to where the Aurelia is either not being blocked or being blocked by a really weak unit to where the the powerful unit is, and then just that's just the game. So definitely an interesting match, but wow, that was so crazy. Aichi winning both matches. He's won two in
yeah,
a row. This is
and
his match point.
yeah, and we talked about this. Frost monks were, or frozen monks were the higher seed coming in. Were the teams that was what
Mhm.
which who you would expect to be the winners of this match. And as of now, they are 2-0 down. They rely completely on Aikado turning everything around, winning
Mhm.
3 matches continuously, and being able to bring the team to the next round. But as of now, it's just all in the favor of Stromboli and Aichi playing so well.
Yeah, and I mean, I Ikato, he's gonna bring some decks. He's got the Kennen Ari like, Shadow Isles edition, Fizz Ezreal that we
Yeah.
took a look at, and Lissandra Trundle. But Aichi's been on a roll. He has not lost a series. He's won both best of threes in a row. He's lost a game each, but both of them were pretty close in the losses. But I don't think there's anything special in Aikato's deck list that's really like gonna trump what Aichi's brought. Like
Yeah,
like we've
I'm.
already seen it happen against the Lissandra style deck. We haven't seen it against the Fizz. The Fizz was banned. The only thing that's changed now is there's going to be the mirror Kenanari.
Yeah, that's it. And we pretty much haven't seen Kenari. Like I think we saw once the Kenari deck coming through from Aichi, and that's about it.
Mm.
So it's not like you're relying on that super strong deck to carry you through the wins. It's just Aichi doing what he needs to do, playing around the win conditions of those enemy decks. And I feel like being on a roll, he can probably think like I'm getting convinced by Aichi's way of playing, and maybe he will be able to define it.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Well, before we talk too much about that, we're going to cut to
Yeah,
a quick intermission before the final match, or maybe not final, the match
potentially.
point at least, potentially final match of the night between Aichi and Aikato. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What's up, everyone? That was a short break. Almost too short, but no, it
Yeah.
wasn't too short. I'm glad to be back, TDS. It's going to be an insane night. We've seen Aichi win 2 best of 3s in a row, up to match point now with Aikado, as we get immediately into the deck bans.
Yeah, this time around we're going to see what will happen with this deck bans. We're going to see what does Aichi get banned away, gets taken away from him. And based on the previous two BO3s, I don't think it's going to matter that much. It's just going to be based on player difference and who believes more in the heart of the cards. That's about it for me.
Yeah, and we've seen Aichi in this, not maybe this situation, but we've seen him ban the Ari cannon before. I think he acknowledges how strong it is
Yeah.
and thinks that he can win with any of 3 of his decks against the Lissandra. And then the Fizz Lulu, I think, or Fizz Ezreal, excuse me, not Fizz Lulu. Fizz Ezreal is going to be very, very interesting, I think, to see.
We
Now,
may
does
potentially
Aichi
see
ban it?
the.
Or
I
does
think we
he...
may end up seeing the Lucives fighting against each other. Yeah,
Wow.
just like you call it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting that Aikado has opted to ban the Azir Irelia. I wonder if he thinks that his decks aren't strong enough into it. But I remember talking to him, I remember watching his stream. He thinks Ari Cannon is the most broken crap, like the most insane deck. Almost slipped up there, but no. He thinks Ari Cannon is insane. He thinks it's tier 0. I agree with him that, like, why would you leave it up? Is Azir Aurelia that much more of a threat to your decks than that?
Maybe he feels like with one of the two he has more control against the Ken and Ari than that of the Azir Irelia. Because I do think I do agree much more with the idea of taking away the Ken and Ari, just because it's such a known quantity that you're much more willing to take it away. Meanwhile, on the other side, like you can have a better chance against the other two decks, or a lesser chance depending on how you played. And I feel like most players are much more willing to go for that higher, lesser chance depending on how they play.
Yeah, and you know, we saw in the first matchup against the Thralls, obviously a little bit different of a deck compared to Lissandra Trundle, but the Thralls and all the failure cards did a pretty good job of managing the Ari Cannon.
Yeah.
Like, all of those cards are like 1, 2, 3 health max, and between the Ice Shard, the Avalanche, the Bladed Ravine, there's so much clear that it was almost a very, very hard time for Aichi to find the win.
Yeah, but at the end, I think that it showed how well, or at least it gave the first hints towards how he has won both series, and it's playing around the baits and playing around what he can bait out of his opponent and what he can make them believe they can bait out of him. So I think that the way that he played against the Thralls in the first game really set up how he can bait around his opponents and how he can just make them feel more confident in some plays that they probably should be.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there, TDS. It's been all night, not all series, all night. He's known what he has in hand, and he knows what could potentially come out from his opponent. I mean, in the Thrall deck specifically, it's like he saw the Ice Shards, he saw the Avalanche. He says, "All right, well, you've played both of those. I don't think you have another. I'm just going to keep playing these cards." And now he did get punished one of those games in pretty harshly with a Bladed Ravine into another Ice Shard,
Yeah.
but it's been working out for him, I think, more than it hasn't.
Yeah, it's probably being him what sometimes you call being on yeah, I don't like saying being on a roll because I just don't feel like it encapsulates everything that it can actually mean, but him just being able to play so consistently well, knowing what he needs to do, and just understanding his win condition and the win condition from his opponent as well really sets him up. And yes, it may have failed him, but the game that it's needed for him to actually show up with what he needs to do, it's the game that he ends up winning. And it's been in the two series. Yes, he loses one, but he recoups, he comes back, and just keeps on being on a tier and being able to win those two series, those two matches.
But now, before we get into the series, we need to talk about the situation that Aikado is in. It's all on him. He has to win at least 6 games in a row, at maybe 9 games
Or
in a row. He's
9,
won
yeah.
3 best of 3s. He's won 3 best of 3s. And he has to play 9 games, win at least 6 of them.
Yeah.
He has to play 3 best of 3s. So it's all on the line for him. This is going to be some insane pressure. he's watched both of his teammates now go down to Aichi with, a good effort in at least one of the games, but it looks like Aichi's just being able to find the wins everywhere he needs them. This is definitely got to be at least some mental factor, I think, for Aikado.
Yeah, and there's some players that play better when their backs are against the wall, and some that just simply can't handle the pressure. We need to see how does Aikado play around this, because I think we both know that Aichi can play around with this pressure, or at least not with the pressure, because if he falls down, it's okay. He's not the match is not over. You still have someone to catch you even if you fall. So it's okay to fail here, but Aikado doesn't have that leeway. He doesn't have that leisure to just lose and maybe his teammate can recuperate himself. No, he is the player that it's at the end. He has to put face when it matters most, and this is when it matters most, right?
Mm-hmm. Now we are still waiting to get into the first game. I'm curious what the game plan is from Aichi or Aikado. I mean, do you lead with the Lysandra Trundle? What deck are you looking to get the win with first? And what are you hoping that will be able to clean up if you take an early loss? Like, what do you start with? Because obviously Arikanen and the Lulu Zed play very, very similarly. So which deck are you going to try and lead first? Which deck are you trying to try and get the win with, TDS?
I think the rally elusives. I feel it's the best one to get out of the way, because I think I made this point because I feel like the Ken and Ari is one that you have more windows of opportunity, not because it's not a really strong deck, but because it's one that it's more manageable. Like the other one, it's a one card, one hit that can come at any moment and can destroy you. So I feel like you have more windows of opportunity with the Canary, even if it's a much stronger deck overall.
Well, it looks like we're going to see the Kenanari first, but
Yeah,
it's going to be the Fizz Ezreal
Fizz
from
Ezreal.
Mikado, which I think is definitely a good start, because either way, if you're into the into Rally Elusive or into Arikanen, all the spell damage from Ezreal and Piltover is just going to be so valuable in either of those decks. It's going to be able to clear the cannons, it's going to be able to clear the Aries. Having Mystic Shot and Get Excited on start from Mikado is such a good place to be. The Mornd comes out, potentially trying to bait. Here comes the Kennen, which is going to be instantly cleared by a Mystic Shot, I think.
Yeah, really early on, throwing out the cannon, and I honestly was expecting much more the rally elusives to come against the Fizz Ezreal, but it's instead this one. And now with the Ari throw down as well, like you can clear both of this. Maybe not in this turn, but you can clear in this turn one of the two, and then in the next one the other one.
So I really like the play that Aichi's went for here, because the Pokey Sticks coming out, it makes it. Oh no 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 no! You let the Morn die.
Wouldn't
Now
you
the
rather
Mystic
save
Shot
your
comes
cannon?
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Well, no, not the Kennen. You save the Nopify for Get Excited. You save the Nopify to save Ari, because now the Mystic Shot comes out this turn, clears the Kennen, and then Get
Yeah.
Excited comes out next turn and clears the Ari. And you're now forced to use a stronger or a more expensive spell to save one of them. Next turn, you have to use the Homecoming to save Ari from a Get Excited when you could have Nopified that. Now, you lose the Morn, but you need to keep the champions alive.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting seeing the amount of, or well, seeing the mana expend to try and save them all, where you want to keep your champions alive, and that's pretty much how you base on this. Is trying to keep the Kennen and Ari for as long as possible to then build up your board.
Mm-hmm. And it now you've lost the Morn, or not lost, the Morn's off the board and the Kennen's gone. And depending on what Aikado goes for here, he could very easily go for the Get Excited. Now the Morn coming out means that there's nothing to save Ari now. The Get Excited can come out, and that's just gonna be it for the Ari. Ari's gone.
Yeah, you lose both champions in the first two turns, essentially here. In the first three turns, essentially.
Yeah, you were able to find both of them, and now you've lost both of them. You had the Nopify, you could have saved one of them, but you Nopified to stop a one-cost spell from clearing your one-cost non-champion. And now Aikado saving the Get Excited still.
Yeah, surprised about that. Does he think that there's another potential Nopify or something like that?
I don't know. It just comes down to, like, you gotta call it at some point. You gotta just say, I don't think you have it. And that would have been the correct place. I mean, there's only 2 Nopifies in the deck, I think, for Aichi. That's the point that you do it. He has no
Yeah.
mana. He has 4 cards in hand. That's when you play the Get Excited and say you don't have something to save your Ari. You can't save your Ari because you don't have enough mana. You don't have the Nopify in hand. That's what you're going to call by using that Get Excited. And now we're going to see a pretty big attack from Aichi, leading with the Kinku Wayfinder. Now, the one thing about the Kinku Wayfinder is that having another in hand is good, but eventually you're going to need to start saving one with recall so that you can keep drawing units out from your deck. Because getting the cannon and the dancing dewdrop out is a good start, but if you're going to lose both of those to spells, you need to have a Kinku Wayfinder to find another one instantly, or another 2 1-cost units instantly.
Yeah.
And if you lose the Kinku Wayfinders, then you're just out of luck. You have to wait to draw them.
I feel like it's becoming a little bit more risky for Aichi with the way that he's trying to throw out maybe more attacks or more cards than he needs to in reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, he's still in a good position. He still has 4 mana, so he still has enough for Homecoming. So he will be able to save the Ari from the Get Excited. So he needs to be able to save that at much mana. So I think passing or going for the Gathering Storm is good, but I don't think he should actually spend any more mana. I don't think he should go for the cannon play again, because it would just ask to be cleared by the Pokey Stick, or ask for the Get Excited to go onto the Ari to clear that out. So he made the right play, I think, passing into this turn, and he has the Gathering Storm on 2 cards now. So it'll be an interesting thing to see where he goes from here. I think he might opt for another Kinku Wayfinder, but part of having the Kinku Wayfinder in your deck for Aichi or any Kennen Ari deck is to have a Kennen on board and then draw another Kennen out of your deck so that you have 2 on the board. It's part of what made this deck so strong on release, was that the Kinku Wayfinder still said any 2 1-cost allies from your deck. They changed it to say any 2 different 1-cost allies because it was so powerful. If there was only Kennen, you just pull 2 Kennens immediately, and there'd be 2 Kennens on your board.
Made it just be stacked there, essentially.
So definitely a good place to be, I think, for Aichi. I mean, having Kennen on board and another one in hand is a good place to start. Now you just need to make sure that you always have mana to save Ari from this Get Excited, because you know that it exists in deck. You know that there's 3 of them somewhere for Aikado. You have to expect that he's pulled in by now. You just have to make sure you have enough mana to save Ari, because Ari will essentially win you the game.
Yeah, but still spending some mana here now, just keeping the 3 from the spell. And the Pokestick to take someone. I was thinking maybe Aikado just saves the Get Excited with the Pokestick to maybe threaten even more the Ari, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, it doesn't... that would have been a good play. I want to see Aikado use the Get Excited. And now it doesn't matter because there's another Ari in hand. I would have liked to see the Get Excited come out and 2 sign in. Wow. That's an interesting start here. And still enough mana for Homecoming, still enough mana for a Concussive Palm. Oof, the 2-cost add to the Homecoming. That is a good play from Aikado. I like that. He's going for the deny on the potential saves for Ari, making it so it's harder to save Ari from, a Get Excited or a Get Excited Mystic Shot combo. Now, I'm curious where Ari is in the level up. If she levels up this turn, this could be a huge attack.
I think she's still at least 2 away from the level up. Like she should be not in this turn, but in the next one. In the next attack she gets.
Okay. And we see the block getting set up for Mikado. He's looking to see what he can do. I think he has to just block with everything.
Yeah. Do you care about giving up the Ezreal here? I feel like not, right? You just put it out to stop the bleeding from happening.
Well, it depends if the Mystic Shot in hand is an Ezreal or just a Mystic Shot. If you have another Ezreal in hand, I think you're okay to lose the Ezreal here. If you don't have another Ezreal in hand, I think you need to save
I think it's not an Ezreal. I think it's just a spell.
So I think if it's just a Mystic Shot, then you should save the Ezreal. And yeah, here it comes the Get Excited. Wow, it's being used on the the Navori Conspirator to deny another attack. I think this is the Ari level up, or no, I guess not.
Yeah, I think it's on the next attack turn for
Mhm.
Aichi where it comes through.
Now that was really interesting to clear the Navori Conspirator. I would like to have seen it be used for clearing the Ari, but I guess the denying elusive so that the Ezreal could get the free attack off is good because you are going to be generating these mystic shots, these generating this damage again. So
Now, how much of the threat of the get excited will scare Aichi? Because maybe with the amount of spell cards in hand, there's at least 1/3 of a chance that there's another one to clear the Ari, right? So, how much would he be willing to go for being a little bit much more aggressive with the mana in this turn?
For
Or does he
Aichi,
need to? Yeah, for Aichi. Does he need to be aggressive with the mana here?
I'm not too sure. I think Aichi probably should have gone for a sign-in just to grant Ari a little bit more health, but you do still have the homecoming. So even if another spell comes out, you will be able to potentially save the Ari. It's just such a difficult question because now with the Ari only at 1 health, if a Mystic Shot comes out and then the homecoming tries to save it, the group shot could come out also and just kill the Ari.
Yeah.
But instead, we're going to see a lot of cannons being used, which is going to try and clear this Ezreal, which, wow, both players passing into another attack. This is an interesting start. I think this is going to be...
Now there's another Israel in hand. So this Israel is not that worrisome for
Yeah.
Ikata to lose.
No, this Ezreal is not really a long for life, I think, but I'm trying to think of what Aichi's angle here is. I mean, do you go for the sign-in into the attack? Do you go for a sign-in into a God Willow and then into the attack? You'll get a lot of draw, but you don't really need a lot of draw. You're already at like 8 cards. What is the angle here? Because the Ari should level up now. But how do you get a big enough attack off without dying? The Ari dying, that is.
There is a deny now, although to get excited here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the get excited, maybe the reason it was being like saved was there wasn't a card worth discarding. But now that the ballistic bot's out, now that it's generating a 1-cost slow spell every turn, prime candidacy for discarding.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see what's been chosen in a second. But wow, the Otterpuss choosing Prank, not opting for any damage, and the Gohard is going to come out for the Ezreal.
Okay, so now the group shot to try and kill the Ari. There's still the deny and the sorry, I'm blanking on the name. I'm blanking on the name, sorry for that, but the other way to save the Ari.
Recall. So there's recall and lightning rush.
Yeah, no, I was the one we were previously homecoming. Sorry, I was blanking
so
on that.
There's 3 options in Aichi's hand. He has recall. He's the recall. He has homecoming and he has lightning rush to save Ari.
I actually like the recall play here more than using any other.
Yeah, I still just don't think it doesn't matter because there's another Ari in hand. But
yeah,
you either need to let the Ari die or not spend enough mana that you can't play the Ari in follow-up. So he has to either let this Ari die here. Well, I think that's the only angle. Yeah, he has to either let this Ari die or it lives and he has 2 Aris in hand, but he has to have enough mana to play another Ari.
I feel overall that the recall is going to be the better one because that way he can bait up later on the Ari, although now the...
Well, no, this is I think the best case scenario. The Ari dies because Aikato spent more mana, but now you can play another Ari and there's no risk of it dying because there's only 1 Mystic Shot in hand.
Yeah, I was my train of thought with the recall was that you can now use the Ari that you recalled to bait even more mana. But since he baited already a lot of mana to kill that particular Ari, now the next one, like you're saying, has less threat of dying.
Yeah, even if Ari comes out the Mystic Shot is not going to be able to clear it. Yeah, it's not enough, and there's going to be it needs to attack and then shift once, and then it will have leveled up. But is it really? Are you really gaining anything by attacking and having the Ari attack 3 times? Are you gaining anything by clearing your board here? And I think the answer is no. I think you should save units on your backline to block the next turn. But maybe it doesn't matter now. Maybe it doesn't mean anything.
I think they just did that.
Oh no.
Oh,
No, the Mystic Shot is going to clear the cannon. The Mystic Shot will clear the cannon, deny the Ari from switching, and the Ari will die to the Ballistic Bot. He needed to have the Ari switch with a different card. And he needed to have it switch with Sign-In. Because the Mystic Shot will kill the cannon, deny the Ari switch, because there won't be a unit next to her, and then the Ballistic Bot will clear the Ari.
yeah, that's play.
Wow, he needed to have the Ari
Ooh.
switch with Sign-In. Wow. His only option was to have the Ari switch with Sign-In. Because now he only has 1 unit left on the board. Aikado has 3. One of them being elusive, one of them being 5 power, and the Otterpuss is just an Otterpuss, but still another unit on the board to attack with. That's a fairly threatening position to be in. Now the second cannon in hand will be able to clear out the Ezreal, and since that Ezreal uses a Mystic Shot to clear the earlier cannon, there's no follow-up. There's no risk of a lot more damage. But the Ballistic Bots every turn will eventually become a problem.
Yeah, now getting the stack of the ballistic bot is going to be important.
Mm-hmm. Now the second
Oh,
sign
twin
in here
disciplines as
coming
well.
out. Sorry?
The twin disciplines coming in, I think it's going to be so ideal to be able to get rid of one of those ballistic bolts if they end up going for the attack. Although I think Akato should have been able to see it.
Yeah. Now the question is, do you... Okay, so he's recalled the cannon, but I was going to say, is the angle here to recall a sign-in with the Godwillow and summon another one to look for more draw? Or is the angle to just do what Aichi did? Which I would have liked to see more draw, but he doesn't really have a lot of space left in his hand to have those cards, basically, to get them back into his hand.
Now the STRO coming out. This is becoming way too much of a game of inches, where just one tiny mistake can be the end of it.
Mm-hmm. And I think Aichi's actually in a very, very good spot here. He has, the sign-in. He has the Navori Conspirator. Now, the Ballistic Bot coming out is going to mean that there's 4 damage total to the Nexus from Ezreal ability and the Ignitions. But Aichi's actually in a very, very good spot here. He has the 2 sign-ins. He has the Navori Conspirator. He has the Kennen. So he has a lot of Gathering Storm, and he has a lot of units on the board. So now...
Okay,
yeah, I was gonna say if Aikado opted to block anything, it doesn't really matter because the Ezreal will trade out, and there's still enough damage on the board to clear the game. So
there was still even the twin disciplines on hand to just buff up even more for the attack. So the setup there, I think Aikado tried as hard as he could, but the lack of cards in hand to keep on spewing those mystic shots could have been much more threatening. And at the end, the fact that the Ari was taken out like that, it gave hope for Aikado, but if not, it pretty much was setting up for Aichi getting such a huge, strong attack with the Ari and the cannon already there.
yeah, and I think we're seeing a repeating problem of reoccurring problem of people playing into Aichi where they're holding on to these cards a little too late. It was something that we talked about last week. Last week we saw a game end because someone held onto the card too long, 1 turn too long, and it just costed them the game. Now, that wasn't the situation for Aikado last game, but playing the Get Excited earlier, clearing the Ari, denying her all those turns, or denying Aichi the Ari all those turns until he pulled the second one, would have been way, way more value than holding the Get Excited to clear an elusive, like, in turn 6 or whatever that happened.
Yeah, his setup would have been better overall to get something done without losing so much health that at the end it was the risk from him. But now looking at this next game, we have the Fizz STRO once again, and it's going to be the Rally Elusives, obviously. And already starting with an attack from Aikado, but I feel like Aichi having a pretty strong hand to be ready to set up for the Lulu to come future. Although there's a get excited on hand, so he has to be careful about that, obviously.
Now, this just goes back to the twin disciplines. So having twin disciplines is a very, very good safety net, as well as having sharp sight and deny. So he has a lot of cards in hand to protect the Lulu. The only question is, does he value the Lulu enough to use a twin disciplines or get excited, or not get excited, or a sharp sight or a deny to keep it on the board? Because he will essentially have to use the twin disciplines
Yeah.
just to keep the card alive, because he has to have as much health as possible given the amount of spell damage cards in Aikado's deck and the fact that Aikado had 5 mana. And the further we get into the game, the least likely the Lulu stays alive on drop.
Yeah, with the amount of spells like you're pointing out, it's going to become riskier. And I feel like you'd rather save this, not save this particular Lulu, but try and keep those cards for the Lulu that is leveled up. I feel like that is going to be the actual threshold for saving the Lulu.
And the Death Ray coming through from the Conchologist, that was a really, really good pull, because not only is it a spell damage card that targets, it generates more spell damage cards that target in your deck. So it's going to be adding more value to your deck that is being used towards that that Ezreal level up.
Yeah, interesting use of the twin disciplines here, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think using the twin disciplines is a curious start, because now you don't have enough to do or to save the Lulu. If Aikado wants, that Lulu's dead this turn. Now, how much mana is Aikado willing to spend to clear the Lulu is another question. I mean, he has a good excited, he has the Pokey Stick, and he has the Death Ray. So potentially he could clear the Lulu. He could go for a Mystic Shot Death Ray. He could go for a Get Excited Mystic Shot if there's more health.
Just going for the Get Excited.
Start with the Get Excited.
Do you use the Night here as Aichi? I think not, right? Like this Lulu is one that you'd be willing to give up. Okay, the Sharpshooter.
Well, I don't think you use Deny, but I think you do use Sharp Sight and try and see how much spell damage Aikado has. Now, Aikado letting the Lulu live and then the Bright still coming out is a very, very, very good place to be if you're Aichi. Because now, no matter what happens, the Lulu should live. Should, as in, like, it's not impossible that she dies, but using 2 spells here I think is overkill. I think you use 1 to clear the barrier, and then you let Aichi show his hand on the attack, and then block with the Conchologist, and then follow up with another spell.
I feel like way too overkill. Like I understand wanting to take out the Lulu as quickly as possible, but you already made it so that Aichi blew up a lot. I feel like you can be okay with blowing out the barrier and then going for the attack in the next turn.
But now something that we haven't seen yet is the Curious Shellfolk has shown up on the board.
Yeah.
Something that Aikado couldn't find last turn. But now that it's here, it's going to be able to steal a lot and create a lot. So all the Otterpuses are going to be able to generate a lot of cards. And then we're going to be able to see a lot of stuff come out of Aichi's hand. Now, Aichi only has spells in his hand, so the Shellfolk will be able to steal denies. That is going to be a huge, huge thing to take from Aichi. I mean, denies is probably the single most important card in his deck right now. And now, not only does that deny become more expensive, but Aikado now has one, and it's cheaper.
Yeah. Like this is now the not the perfect, but one of the most ideal situations for Aikado, because even if the board is full with attack potential, like you can now begin stealing the line, like you're saying. And if he gets just the sharp side, those cards to even buff up your own units, then it doesn't matter how strong how much units you have to attack. It's just not going to be enough to go through what Aikado has on board.
No, I totally agree with you. Now, blocking with the Shellfolk, I think, is not the move.
Do you go for the sharp side? Yeah,
no.
The sharp side here to buff and kill the Shellfolk.
I think you have to go for the sharp side just to kill the Shellfolk. I mean, there's no reason that you should allow it to stay on the board, and it coming out to block is probably the least valuable. Oh, wow, that's unfortunate. That is a
Yeah.
wow. What a pull. What a pull. So he opted for the entrapment with the conchologist, but then he got the twin disciplines out of the entrapment to save the shelf oak. Wow. What a pull. Oh my
Like
gosh.
sometimes we don't like to talk about the RNGs and the potential there, but that really was based on who can get the better RNG. Although here with the Golden Ages,
I
is
mean,
there a chance to force an attack here though?
is there a chance to force an attack with the Golden Ages? I feel like the Golden Ages, even if the Golden Ages comes out, it doesn't matter because the Fizz is going to be elusive. So I think the Golden Aegis has no real value here because you don't have a wide board.
Okay.
Now you would get the barrier. The barrier would be allowed you to block for free with that unit, but you need a lot of stuff right now if you're Aichi. You need a lot of cards because Aikado has got the shelf out. He's got the value of taking all these bonus cards, and Aichi just he's in a bad spot. I don't even think Golden Age just saves him.
Yeah, the Conchologist really made so much struggles for Aichi in this game,
Really?
and Aikado has been able to get so beneficiated by it. Such a nice pull as well.
He opted for the Otterpuss? Really?
Thought you would
I feel
would
like
go
you
for
should
the
go for
Ezreal, no?
Ezreal. I feel like you should go
Yeah.
for the Ezreal. Wow, you opted for the Otterpuss. That is an interesting decision.
Yeah, it's
But
still
Aichi is
such a strong
just
attack.
yeah, I mean it doesn't really matter at that point. Aichi's basically run out of gas, which is a problem that we talked about earlier. The Rally Elusive deck is very, very strong, but it is almost too snowbally. It is almost too much of a risk in that if you don't get going, you're not going to do well.
Yeah, the risk and reward, it's probably one of the I see it as as one of the most balanced ways because you get a lot of risk, but you get a lot of reward if you actually
Mhm.
perform on it. So it is kind of the thing that you have to pay. And I feel like overall, the first starting turns, Aichi was in a really nice spot, but it really was the controller just changing how it went, and even then the pool of the twin disciplines coming in to save the conchologist at that point just made it even harsher for Aichi.
Yeah, I mean the Rally Elusives is a feast or famine deck, and
Yeah.
once the feast's over, you are famining either way. So we are seeing the Rally Elusives come back out, and Aikado now onto his Lysandra Trundle, and Lysandra Trundle is fairly similar to just the original Thralls deck, but we this is the deck that Aichi had the most trouble with the last time it went up against
Yep.
the Rally Elusives into the Thrall.
Yeah, this time around though, pulling two lose, at least he knows that if he loses one, there's a chance to save the other. But an avalanche is well in hand for Aikado, so can clear out those the Lulus if he just wants to get rid of them quickly as possible.
Yeah, now I think Aikado's going to be fairly conservative with his avalanche usage because he saw what happened with
Yeah.
the matchup earlier where the avalanche got a lot of value out, but then Aichi just built it right back up. So he's going to opt for the Lysandra play instead, which I have to agree with. I mean, get the Thralls out, get them started to level up because the Thralls are what win you the game eventually. Now, pulling the second avalanche is probably a really, really good place to be. Whereas pulling a second vengeance, not as much.
Yeah, the avalanche, just having that extra avalanche to be able to threaten the amount of cards that maybe Aichi can pull out, it's going to be so ideal. And this is the thing, we talked about this with the decks like the elusive ones. They are low cost healths that you can get rid of quickly. If there's quite a ton of them, the avalanche will do marvels against them.
Yeah, and we're gonna see an attack here, but like you mentioned, the avalanche is so good, and Aichi's being fairly not aggressive with his mana, but he's playing a lot of more expensive cards as opposed to going for a wider board. He's played the Vanguard Banner, which is a 3 cost, the the Shadow, which is a 3 cost but draws, but he's not really wide yet, which is what you want to see from a rally elusive deck. You want to see a wide board, if it's not powerful, but a lot of elusive cards out there so that you can get these big attacks off, especially into a slow deck like the Lysandra, where it takes a while for the power to really ramp up.
It has to be the fear of the avalanche, right? Like it has to be the fear of those huge spells that can clear so much out that you're just scared of getting hit by them.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, you have to know that the avalanche won't come out until you have a wide board, and to continue that line, you should want to get a wide as board as possible as early as possible, because that just means there's more turns where you're having units on the board before the avalanche comes out. Because if
Yep.
Icon didn't have avalanche, these are all turns that you're losing out on that are free, since there's no risk of losing them from the avalanche.
Yeah, it's maybe it's the over fear of having. Well, I call it over fear. I mean, just the sheer fear of having to deal with some of those cards that you're scared of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now we're gonna see the Trundle blocking the Lulu, and we're just gonna see the trade out from Aichi. No, he's gonna go up to save the Lulu.
Yeah, I think you go for the trade. You have a Lulu on hand, right? So
Yeah, you
would
have a
it be
Lulu in
better?
hand. I feel like you trade there because the Trundle has regen. He's getting the health back. He's getting that health back. You trade there and then just play Lulu again. Uh, unless he's saving the Whimsy for a Thrall, but I feel like at that point it's already too late, because if the Thralls are out and the Trundle is still alive, the Trundle is leveled up and he's now gaining power for the 8-cost cards existing. The Trundle is the bigger threat, I think, at the moment, and saving a Whimsy for something later, I think, is not the best angle. Oh wait, unless we're gonna see the rally here. The rally's come out, so the only thing that can, well, no, the Vengeance can't even stop it. So we're gonna see the rally, and then I think we're gonna see an avalanche from Ikato. The rally
Yeah,
comes out.
it has to be used to bait it.
It's not. This isn't even bait. This is Aichi, I think, calling the bluff, or calling that there's no avalanche in hand. But with this rally now, I
Oh.
think the avalanche has to come out, because the avalanche will clear the board.
Yeah. I kind of like this straightforward approach from Aichi, just trying to make either Aikado fall for the trap and go for the avalanche. Well, I call it trap, but force the avalanche out, or you get a free attack anyway.
So the vengeance has come out of the hand for Ikato, but vengeance would not stop the rally. The rally goes off no matter
Yeah.
what. The only targeted part of that card is the 1/1. So the vengeance would not prevent that. It has to be the avalanche now to clear the board, which I still think is the better option anyways. Even if the vengeance would have stopped, well, no, if the vengeance would have stopped the rally, I think that's one thing. But either way, this is a prime opportunity to clear the board. This is a prime opportunity to shut the deck down.
Yeah, it is one of the better chances you get.
Okay, now you have to use the avalanche.
Oof.
You have to use the avalanche. I gotta use the avalanche. Don't become another chapter of the not playing the card in time.
Of saving it when it's too late.
Yeah, there's no deny. There's no anything that can stop you. Use the avalanche, Ikato. Use the avalanche.
See, like what with the amount of mana that
What
is
are-
there, like what
what
are
are we
you scared
waiting
of,
for?
honestly?
What are we
Yeah.
waiting for? There's only one option. It's play the avalanche. There's only one option. It's play the avalanche. The Trundle will live. Play the avalanche.
Yeah, that's
Ikato.
he passed.
Ikato, play the avalanche. The Trundle's dead. The Trundle's dead now. Ikato. Was he DC'd? Did he disconnect?
I don't
Did
know.
he?
I'm not sure.
What did he do? Did he DC? Did he DC? Did he disconnect?
Can't
What's
be
going on?
that, right?
You have to play the avalanche.
Does it feel like he
has?
has a better play if he just waits?
And what do you gain from the Blighted Ravine? You could have saved Trundle and cleared the board. What was the goal? What did you accomplish by losing Trundle and saving the Avalanche to Blighted Ravine? Like, what is? I'm so lost. I'm so lost,
Here
TDS.
comes another. Yeah, like I feel like you'd rather just go for the avalanche. You still have another copy. Like I'd be willing to understand if it was like there was no other way, but you still have another
Because
copy, so it's not
even
like
if
it's
there
the end
was
of the
no
world.
even if there was no other way, like that was a 5 wide board that you could have cleared instantly and saved your Trundle. Like when do you not take that? What are you worried about? There's no deny, there wasn't enough mana, there's nothing.
Yeah,
What
I'm
is
honestly not sure.
and now they're going to oof. So what I would have liked to see from Aichi is playing the twin disciplines and going for the kill. But I guess there still wasn't enough mana. He should have gone for the young witch, I guess. But then we probably would have seen the avalanche.
Yeah. Does he force out the
Go
rally
for the
here
rally.
to maybe
Go for the
bait out?
rally. No, he
Yeah.
goes for the rally. He goes for the rally, and then the
Twin disciplines.
he goes for the rally, yeah, and then he uses the twin disciplines to save the oof. Nah, that's unlucky. So I would say he goes for the rally, and then he goes for twin disciplines to save the shadow assassin from dying to the avalanche. But the vengeance is still in hand, so the vengeance could just clear that card. And there's 7 health now for Aikado, so he's not really at risk of dying to anything. But there's still 3 turns before the thralls come out.
I feel like I feel like you go here for the rally to maybe try and bait out the avalanche or the vengeance again,
Mm-hmm.
and try and play out your next turn, like surviving the next attack turn, and then trying to win in your next attack.
Mm-hmm.
Because
So
after that, it's already close, right?
yeah, no, for sure. Like, so the rally is coming out here, which I like from Aichi, calling the bluff that there's no avalanche, but there is an avalanche.
Yeah.
There is the avalanche, but the avalanche has to come out, I think, like immediately after this recall or this rally. So the rally goes off, the avalanche comes out to save or to clear both these units, I think, and
It's using the
then
vengeance though.
the twin disciplines comes out to save the shadow assassin, and then the shadow assassin will be at a 4-2, and then the young witch comes back out, maybe. Okay, yeah, or we're just gonna go for the vengeance again. Why? I don't know why we're saving avalanches. Like avalanche should have been used last turn, I think, but the vengeance here is going to be another good card as least to clear. But there's going to be 2 more damage coming down with
Yeah,
the
the
young
devil
witch.
witch would be hilarious if he ends up using the avalanche just to clear the 2 witches.
Aikado. Then the twin disciplines is still in hand, but now that
Maybe
it's an
it's
attack
just the
turn,
master plan to wait to use the avalanche when it's the most important moment of the match.
I mean, yeah, maybe he's just going for like the huge like YouTube clip play moment, but he's running out of time, I think, because next turn unless something very special comes out for Aikado, like a vile feast or something, or let me check the deck list. Uh, let's see. Unless
I think the most game changing he has is the avalanche, at
well,
least in close hand in hand.
oof, now this was risky. Playing a card is risky because the ruination is in hand. Wait, what is going on? The frostbite. I guess there's frostbite in hand, but ooh, now this is a good play from Aichi. Bringing out the 4 Demacia, making it so that the young witch has enough damage to kill for lethal, forcing the frostbite early, and then he can just lead into another a twin disciplines or a sharp sight for the kill, or twin
Yeah,
disciplines and sharp sight for the kill. Excuse me, since he would need to use both to get 5 damage.
it's get enough
So
to go for the kill.
yeah, now what does Aikado go for here? I think Ruination is the only thing that saves him. And yeah, Ruinations come out of the hand. and it's gonna be the it's gonna
Yeah.
be. He's still saving the Avalanche. Well, the Avalanche wouldn't save him here, but
Yeah, like
Ruination,
this turn at least, it makes complete sense.
yeah, Ruination definitely the smart play. And what do you even do here? This is the win for Aikado. This is the win for Aikado. This is
The long game paid off. Yeah,
wow,
Aichi.
wow, wow.
The long game
No.
paid off for Aichi there.
I refuse to believe that, that this is what we've come to. Aikado, why would you gamble everything to save 2 avalanches?
Yeah, like and if he had saved it so that he could use it in the last turn, he loses. So it would have been ironic to say the least.
Why?
But anyway, he's able to turn it around, so at least saving himself and his team for another round, another series, match against the next opponent that will be quickly Yan Sports. So
Yeah.
this is the important thing. One step at a time, one match at a time. Come back and bring it so that you can maybe finally turn it around and win the series. That's what matters, right? Overall.
Yeah, well, you said it there, TDS. Next matchup will be between Aikado and Jan Sports. The reverse sweep is what Aikado's looking for, but I need a break. We're gonna take a break from the stream. We're gonna be right back for the next matchup of Aikado versus Jansport. Don't leave your seat. This is the potential of the start of the reverse sweep. We'll be right back. Why TDS? Why? Why are we going into the next series? We've seen Aikado come back. We've seen Aikado play literally on a razor's edge.
Yeah.
He's just waiting. He's just playing us. He knows what he's doing, and he's mind freaking us because he's winning games with the last card he plays. And we're going into the next set of Aikado versus Jan Sports. So we saw Aichi go 2-0 against Aikado's teammates on Frozen Monks. Now
Yep.
we have to see Aikado go 3-0 against the rest of Stromboli Gaming. So he's already beat Aichi. He now has to beat Jan Sport. Now Jan Sport's deck list is, I think, as threatening or more threatening than Aichi's.
Yeah, it's not a like this that I find fun to play. And I feel like it works well against the three decks from the side of Aikado. Obviously, it's kind of a one-on-one situation where I can see one deck being better against that one deck than the other, but it's still so well prepped to go against Aikado's deck list. And I think that we're going to see the Kenanari getting banned from both sides. I feel like that's potentially it, and we have the other two decks to play around with. Or potentially the Taric Pantheon from Jan, because I feel like that is another one that can be really threatening.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the Ari Cannon is just so strong. I'm curious that everyone's opting to go with the Shadow Isles as opposed to the Shurima. If Hirsch, if you want to DM me why the Shadow Isles has seen a resurgence, but aside from that, I think the Leon or the Taric Lee Sin, I think, is the weakest deck here from Jan Sports into Aikado's lineup, because it takes a while for the Lee Sin Zoe to set up, and Ezreal Lee or Ezreal Fizz, excuse me, is not too difficult to play into the Zoe Lee Sin, because you can do a lot that you want to do before it gets to the point where Lee Sin is like just super kicking your board. And then the Trundle Lysandra also plays really well into the Lee Sin with the vengeances, with the frostbites, with all the other fun stuff, the blighter ravines, the avalanches that I will now have to see my therapist about. But but no, there's a lot of options to play into the Zoe Lee Sin deck. So yeah, we see the bans here come out. Ari Cannon taken off the board. It's what I think everyone from Stromboli Gaming has been banning. And then the Pantheon Taric from Aikado. So like we mentioned, the Zoe Lee Sin not really a risk for Aikado, and it comes down to, I think, the strategy of like, oh, I can just beat the Zoe Lee Sin with both Ezreal Fizz and Lysandra Trundle. If I lose to Ari Cannon, so be it.
Yeah, and I think that that's the better bet to take. Like I was expecting to go for the Canonary on both sides, but I just feel like this Pantheon Taric is going to be so useful, even against the trolls, even against whatever the Fizz STRO can pull off, because it's such a massive potential attack that you have to go against that it's not the most ideal thing. Like, it's similar from the Lee Sin and the Zoe, but the board power that you get from there, it's even lesser than that of the Taric Pantheon. So I feel like it's more manageable overall.
No, I totally think that you're on the right track there, and we are waiting to get into the first game. I'm curious to see what happens, because I think I don't know. I don't know what to say after that last series. I mean, I am at a loss for words.
John was affected for knife.
I am definitely
Just traumatized.
shook. I am shook, at least. I think you lead with the Lysandra Trundle if you're Aikado.
Yeah, I feel like that's the better one to get the win, get it out of the way as soon as you can, because then I think that you'll have a little bit more time and an opportunity to play around with the Fizz STRO. Like, I feel like that's going to be the much riskier of the two. If you do end up going for that, I feel like you should go for the Lysandra Trundle right now.
Yeah, and as we wait to get into the first game, I don't want to talk about last game, but I do,
Yeah.
but I don't, and I won't. But will we see the same thing happen again. I mean, there's no Rangers Resolve now. We heard a lot of Rangers Resolve talk as why we were saving the Avalanches, but it's no longer an option. So, are you willing to use the Avalanches now? And the Shadow Isles Ionia Ari Kennen is going to have a really difficult time with I think the Lysandra Trundle just because of the amount of clear.
Yeah, we did see the Canonari being able to pull off the win against the Thralls. So obviously, even with the clear, there's good opportunities for the Canonari to shine through, and you get a lot of strong attacks later on as well. But it is one of the harshest ones because, like you're saying, the clear, if it's not saved until the last moment, it's going to be able to clear a lot of those units. And particularly, I feel like the Thralls can come in so huge as well eventually.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we didn't even see the Thralls last game, did we? We just saw the Trundle and
I think we did
or one
see in the
Thrall. We
end.
saw one
At the end,
Thrall in the
yeah, at the
last
end we saw
turn.
one.
One Thrall in the last turn, but there was the two Spectral Maidens coming out that really put the game away, I guess.
Prompted the surrender, yeah.
Um, and we are still waiting to get into the first game. The bans have come through. Just waiting another second on setting up the spectator for us, but
We're close.
Aikado,
We're
Aikado must be
closer.
feeling good. Aikado has to be feeling good. He's probably got a couple laughs out of the last game, and he's relieved now that he's one game closer to the reverse sweep because we talked about going
Yeah.
into the last game, the stress or the mental position that you're in as the last man standing for your team. You have to turn around and win 3 games in a row. There's no one after you. This is all or nothing for you.
This is the moment. Tonight's the night. You have to do it.
This is it. So we are seeing the Trundle Lysandra open against the Ari Kennen. So yeah, I think this is probably what we were expecting. But wow, Aikado with a pretty bad mulligan, I'll just say. He's got the Vile Feast, the Fading Memories, a Withering Wail, and a Vengeance. No units, except for this Kindly Tavern Keeper that he managed to pull.
Yeah, not really a good start. Not even try and set up anything with Lisandro or something like that. So he just has to wait till he can get a better draw later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we're gonna see the. Oh wow, we didn't. I was gonna say I think we're gonna see the Navoric Conspirator just recall the Dewdrop so he has draw, but we'll see it this turn instead. Now, Aikado does have a good amount of clear in his hand. Now he has 2 Withering Whales, which is a fast card. It can be used during an attack, and then he also has 2 Kindly Tavern Keepers, which he's saving so he gets the most value of to heal his Nexus. Now, if I was Jan Sports, I would have liked to see some more cards being played. Now, we do acknowledge that you have to watch out for the clear, but the sooner you bait the clear out, the sooner you can go for some larger boards or your more powerful boards for those bigger attacks.
Yeah, and I feel like keeping the Candy Travelers there, it's a really nice choice. Like you're saying, just keeping it for the right time to be able to use it. And I'm much more interested seeing how long does he keep the amount of spell cards he has there. Like as of now, obviously it's not that important, but the cannon on hand already, well, 2 cannons on hand already, he has to eventually be able to use it and try and take those out whenever they come out, right?
Yeah, I think he's saving the Vile Feasts exclusively to stop the cannons. Like that's probably the prime target that he's saving them for, and then anything else is just going to be fodder for the Withering Wail. I think as we see the recall being used on the Dewdrop, so blocking some damage and getting the draw out.
Yeah, I like the recall, even though it can be saved a little bit later, probably for the cannon or something like that. It's still a nice to even strengthen your own hand with more cards. I'm actually kind of curious on something. You have the vengeance on hand, right? Do you save that for Ari eventually, or do you just go with the other cards to try and kill the Ari?
I think it depends on what the situation of the game is at the time. Like, is there a huge board? Maybe you vengeance the Ari to deny like the multiple attacks and recalls. Is it just the Ari on the board? Maybe you look for something else to kill her.
Yeah, the thing is, it's potentially well, my idea with this is Ari potentially one of your biggest threats that you would be most scared about if you're Aikado?
I think it's a combination of Ari and elusives, because without the elusives, Ari's not really going to be able to damage the Nexus once some of the stronger stuff comes out from Ikado's deck. Like once the thralls are out, once the other tavern keepers or the Lysandra is out, like without the elusives there to deny a blocker, like deny something to block it, and the Ari to attack, then I think the Ari is not that big of a problem, which will come into effect once the Ari gets played and leveled up. And we do see the Lysandra coming out now finally from Aikado. And to continue on where Jansport is at with the Ari, not in hand, but he does have both cannons. So I feel like eventually he needs to go for playing one of the cannons and then try and get a a sign-in out. But now that he has the Kinku Wayfinder, maybe he just goes for the Wayfinder play, get a full board. He'll have 6 units out. And then finally he'll draw a clear spell from Mikado, because the Withering Well will at least clear the Dewdrop and the Morn, and then whatever 2 units are summoned from the Wayfinder. But instead we opt for the first cannon drop, which I think is also still trying to bait.
Yeah, now, I think the cannon is to bait out and to force Akado to use a clear to make something come out, because Akado has enough cards in hand that he has to have something to clear. I think that's the bet that Jansport is going for here.
Yeah, and just another point to bring up is we're already on turn 8. We're already very, very late into the game, and there's not a lot of damage down onto Ikado's Nexus. There's going to be even less damage once this whale goes out. So the whale did get drawn out. It did get played by Aikado on the drop of this cannon, but yeah, the deny here is actually going to be huge. That's a very, very good play, I think, because it now forces another whale to come out at least for clear, or an avalanche to come out for clear, and then you can follow it up with the Kinku Wayfinder for just more cards on the board.
Yeah, I overall feel like that is the correct one. Like, even though you do force the deny out for one card that can potentially later on get used, this is still a nice play, and he gets the homecoming as well to potentially save eventually as well.
Yeah, and the 2 homecomings, but the sign-in play, Aikado passing and allowing Jansport to play again actually didn't work out for him. He doesn't have any avalanche, so the sign-in coming out protects all of these units from getting Withering Wailed. So even if the whale comes out, none of these units are dying. You're only healing damage back to your Nexus. But so he does have to E all that, and now this turn he can go for the Kindly Tavern Keeper into the Withering Whale, but
he also he also sort of pillar to get the level up. I like trying to make the level up happen, obviously, from the jungle, to at least have a beefier front line or enough defense, if possible, for the attack. But even if the Withering Whale doesn't come once again, like there's going to be a threatening attack the next one.
Yeah, and I mean maybe he's just not worried about it. The Fading Memories coming out actually to create another another ice pillar, and we now have four cards that are 8 power or higher for Trundle to gain power off. It's going to be a 9 damage Trundle coming out here, which is going to challenge the Conspirator. Yeah, that's the correct move. That's the correct play.
Yeah, why would you challenge there? Kind of.
Yeah, no, challenge the Conspirator. Yeah, that's the smart play.
You really think I'm kind of surprised there to force the challenger though. For the challenge though.
What do you mean force the?
No, I mean I'm kind of surprised to see the challenge there to block, even though it's a 9. Like, is it really worth it in this turn to go for this?
I mean, yeah, you want to get all the damage you can off with the Trundle, because he is going to be your main carry before the thralls come out. So
which is still 6 turns away.
Yeah, it's still 6 turns away, but eventually. But with challenging the Conspirator, it prevents sign-in from blocking. Now, I think I understand that you could have just used one of the ice pillars to challenge sign in and not pull anyone for the Trundle, but it really doesn't matter because something would be blocking it just to save any amount of health, but the
Okay.
stun coming out denies the attack from Trundle.
Okay, overall that makes sense.
Now, the Watcher is in hand and Lysandra is generating an ice shard every turn, so there's actually an insane amount of clear now for Aikado. So this is a pretty tough place to be in for Jan Sports. I think he has to. Well, I guess he doesn't have to, but I think he should go for. Man, what does he go for? There's not really anything he can do here. He plays another the Mourned, but the Ice Shard could come out. A Withering Whale could come out. 2 Withering Whales could come out. The 2 Withering Whales and the Ice Shard. There's a lot of stuff that go for a huge clear on this board, but you really don't. You don't really need one of those. I mean, you can try and force the Twin Disciplines to be used defensively, but he's gonna let Jan Sports go for the attack first. This is kind of just an unfortunate position for Jan Sports.
Yeah, I don't really know what he can do to try and turn around. He has a double twin disciplines, but there's so much clear on Aikado's hand that it's just probably not going to work out.
Now, the homecoming on to sign in to try and play sign in again and get the +1 to all the units is a smart play, but it's still just too long because the Ice Shard's fast, the Withering Whale is fast. There's really nowhere to go, I think, for Jan Sports. You're going to lose this board to something, and then Aikado could essentially just like do nothing until he can play the Watcher, and then the Watcher just wins. But
and then that's
he
it.
should not. He should not do that. He can very easily push for the win with the Trundle right now, and then with the Ice Shards and the Withering Whales that are in hand, there's virtually no way that Jan Sports can build up another board. I mean, even with the Kinku Wayfinder, even with another Kennen in hand, with another Dewdrop in hand, there's really nowhere to go for this.
Yeah, maybe taking way too much time from Jan Sports, and I think I feel like you touched on this on the start, right? Like we got to turn 8 where there wasn't that much things happening from Jan Sports or Aikado's side, and that just beneficiates Aikado much more.
Yeah, and we see Jan Sports going for a huge amount of damage onto this Navori Conspirator. So with the homecoming and the 8-power Navori Conspirator, you're hypothetically dealing 8 damage, but with the Frostbite you're doing even less. Or you could Frostbite the Navori Conspirator, or you could have Withering Wailed and killed the Kennen being recalled and prevented the Lysandra from being recalled. But it really doesn't matter right now. The Trundle's still alive. There's 3 8-cost cards in hand. That's going to be 12 damage with Overwhelm, 1 health on all of these cards. There's not a lot to do, really.
He is feeling really close to game over from the side of Aikado.
Yeah, I mean it's almost playing with his food, but not really. He does have to find 1 more damage to the Nexus from somewhere. So I think he's gonna hope to pull another 8 damage card or 8 cost card, so that the Trundle gets to 13. Because right now it'll only get to 12. But with the Spiderling now on the board, there's 13 damage. So yeah, that's gonna be game 1 actually for Aikado, which was a lot less stressful, I think, than the last Lysandra one. But now that put Jan Sports in a really difficult position. I mean, we saw it get to turn 8 before the Kennen Ari deck even really got going, and there still wasn't even an Ari. So that hand was kind of just in a really, really difficult spot. So are you going to run it back, TDS, or are you going to go switch it up and come back to the Ari Kennen later?
I feel like maybe the best is to run it back. Because if you can really win with the Ari cannon, I feel like the Zoe Lee Sin would fall into kind of a close the same uh, problem. Although taking a long time probably benefits more the Zoe Lee Sin than that of the Ari cannon. But so I feel like you run it back, and it's actually running it back from Jansport. No, actually, he's going for the Zoe Lee Sin, right?
Yeah, this is the Zoe Lee Sin deck, and he's unfortunately drew 5 spells for his his starting turns. And the Lee Sin coming out is good. It's good to have that Lee Sin, but you do need something else on the board to start
Yeah.
something at least, because the Fizz is going to just keep attacking and attacking.
Yeah, nothing happening. Certainly not the most ideal of things for Jansports. At least not having presence in the board. It's not the most ideal for him, and the Legion will not have presence even if he throws it out until the next 2 turns.
Yeah, no, totally correct. I mean, there's really not a lot to do here, I think, for Jansports. He has the concussive palm now after healing his Nexus. But do you use the concussive palm now? Like, do you wait for it to attack to come out first from Ikato? Or do you just eat the damage and deal with it later?
I feel like you have to. I feel like the way is to just eat the damage as much as you can. Like as long as you don't lose, you don't get to 0. It's probably much more ideal for Jasper since he can go for the super strong attack with the Lee Sin. But it's also a risk against this Fizz Ezreal deck because of the shots from the Ezreal. I forgot the name. So the shots from the Ezreal.
Yeah, and Jansport's now being forced to use the 5-cost meditation to try and find some more spells, and I think he's looking for a Gifts from Beyond so he can Moon Weapon an Eye of the Dragon onto the board. But
They get excited as well to get even more potential damage into the Lee Sin. I feel like he goes for that. Oh, he went the whatever. Like with the get excited, you threaten much more this Lee Sin, right?
I mean, it's interesting. I think the get excited is good, but you're going to need a lot of spells to clear this Lee Sin because of the Lee Sin passive granting it barrier. Like, you're going to be able to protect the Lee Sin from at least one of the spells, which brings up like a lot of like order of operations, a lot of like path or like orders of the spells being played. So you need to like make sure that the get excited is like the last damage to go off or something. So you need to be able to clear the damage or clear the barrier and then deal 5 damage, which it's at 2 now, so that's a good place to be. It reduces the amount of spells you need to play in one turn to clear the Lee Sin, but it's definitely not the best place to be. Especially when there's still the gifts from the healing touch.
Oh no, the group shot to try and get even more damage to this Lee Sin. There has to be something to protect it, right?
Yeah, there's the guiding touch. The guiding touch will bring it back up to 4 health. So, or you can go for
the Jansper just trying to protect the Lee Sin, right? Like I don't think you let it die.
No. You cannot let the Lee Sin die, especially since it's your only Lee Sin. Now, there's obviously pulling all those spells, a lot of ways to keep the Lee Sin alive. Now you have like the Notify, the Guiding Touch, the Twin Disciplines, all that other fun stuff. So, and 2 denies now. So the problem, though, that we're going to run into is no Zenith Blade and still not leveled up. So Zenith Blade is the biggest boon for this deck because it allows the Lee Sin to strike with the Dragon's Rage and then also strike on the attack afterwards.
At least he now can have a little bit more board presence with the Disciple, because if not, it was going to be in such a hard situation and the Prime coming through. Oh. It's not that nice getting extra costs. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see just another spell being used to save the Lee Sin. That's gonna bring it back to 5 health and give it barrier. So there's really just no way you're clearing this Lee Sin, I think, with the cards that Jansports has in hand.
Like ideally, he was able. The good part about the amount of spells that he got is the fact that he got the spells. So it's not like
Mhm.
he doesn't have any way to protect this. Listen, I was going to mention the Conchologist being on hand for Akadu is so nice because now we can see that similar situation we saw in the previous game where you just get a consistent generation from the Conchologist or all the silence.
Mm-hmm. Now, hushing the Curious Shellfolk this early is, I think, aggressive. So he knows that there's like, you know, the Otterpus cards in hand, but is there enough mana for Aikado to really do that much damage with those Otterpus cards right now, or is it next turn that we're gonna see a lot of the trouble coming out from this Shellfolk with all the one cost spells?
I feel like it's setting up much more for the next turn than on this one.
Mm-hmm. And the silence has now been used. So the Bastion, though, that is a good pull from Jansports being able to give the Lee Sin a special. Now the problem is that it's probably going to be best to use it reactively, but we're going to go for a proactive play here.
Yeah,
Now,
forcing the attack, okay.
yeah, so he's forcing the attack and pulling the Shellfolk. Now I'm curious how close the Lee Sin is to leveling up. It looks like he's at 6 or 7 out of the 8 spells, but it's gonna be close. He's gonna need to spend something, probably the Twin Disciplines, I think, or maybe he's gonna use the concussive palm to stun the Fizz and save the Zoe.
You feel like you don't want to give up your Zoe so early. Like you had trouble getting it out with trying to keep the Lee alive. I think you have to keep it safe.
No, for sure. So I think we're gonna see the concussive palm out to save the Zoe, and then whether that levels the Lee Sin up or not, it's going to give it barrier at least, which will save it from the Curious Shellfolk damage. Now, having Spell Shield will allow it to spare itself from one of the Mystic shots, and then the barrier will protect it from the second Mystic shot. But then it will allow the Lee Sin to take damage from the Shellfolk. But nope, not anymore with the
You got the level up.
the Dragon's Rage. So as long as the Dragon's Rage goes off, even if it gets targeted by a lot of spells, it's going to take 2 spells at least to be able to damage the Lee Sin this turn.
Oh, but I'm kind of interested. He let the Zoe die. Didn't even try to protect it. Oh, well, didn't have enough mana, actually.
Yeah, he used the mana to level up the Lee Sin.
To level up the Lee Sin, yeah.
But I think the Zoe doesn't really matter at this point anymore. The Zoe's kind of just like an alternate win condition. So like the Zoe being out early and then getting to the level up condition before you get the Lee Sin out is kind of just like, okay, well now all my units have elusive and lifesteal, so we're just going to keep attacking and keep healing our Nexus up, and then eventually you'll run out of health, or we'll run out of units, or Lee Sin will come out and Lee Sin will kill you.
Or Lee Sin is not coming out.
Yeah, or Lee Sin is not coming out, and we'll just keep attacking as elusive units. But this is, I think, a really good place to be for Jansports. I mean, he has the 2 concussive palms, so he should be able to concussive palm. Now, he can't concussive palm the Fizz, but he can concussive palm 2 other things, and then hope that he lives long enough to go to the next turn. But right now, there's going to be 6 damage from the Fizz, and then there's 4
The Mystic shots. Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. There's no more deny either, so there's no mana for deny. So this is just game. We're gonna see a bunch of Mystic shots come out. This is just it. This is Akado taking it 2-0 with
Reverse
Mystic Shot.
sweep.
Let's go.
Reverse sweep.
Ooh, he's gonna do it with the Electro Harpoons. Actually, he's doing it the old-fashioned. Well, not really old-fashioned. These are brand new cards. He's doing it the new way. Come on.
There's
Don't-
it.
Don't
There's
do
that.
it to him like that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Mystic Shots and an Electro Harpoon, dealing 12 damage to the Nexus in 1 turn with spells. Or 9 or 11 damage? I don't know. Either way, a lot of damage to the Nexus in one turn from Aikado, and he's now brought us in the reverse sweep to match point. This is the final game. Both players, Stromboli Prince, Aikado. It's all come down to
Yeah. And to be honest, after what Aichi did, I was expecting a 3-0. We were done. And it was so close, this close, to being the 3-0. Because the last game from Aichi against Aikado was super close. It wasn't really that Aichi couldn't take it out. It was super close coming down to the line. And now Aikado just with a statement game 2-0 to go into the last match against Stromboli. It can be poetic, pretty much. Can be a poetic way to start the playoffs with a potential reverse sweep or just a really exciting 3-2 match. But I'm ready for whatever happens in the last match, honestly.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be exciting. We've seen Aikado take the last two games, and I mean, this is I think all we could have asked for, which is
Yeah.
the first game of playoffs going not as far as it could go, but 6 games is a lot. I mean, we saw Aichi go 2-0 and then lose, and now we've seen Aikado go 2-0. So it will all come down to this. Now we will be taking a brief intermission before we get to the final game between Aikado and Stromboli Prince. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. It's it. This is it. This is match point of match points. This is the
Yep.
final game. Aikato versus Stromboli Prince. Aikato able to start the reverse sweep, going 2-0. It's all come down to this. After what we're not going to talk about, but it
Yep.
was an interesting 2 games from Aikato. And just to get right into it, we're going to look at the decks for Aikato and Stromboli Prince. Aikato, we know he's been running the Lysandra Trundle, the Fizz Ezreal, and the Ari Kennen. Now, Ari Kennen been banned both games. Fizz Ezreal and Lysandra Trundle been doing pretty good.
Yeah.
But what has Stromboli Prince brought to the table, TDS?
Yeah, he has the Nami Twisted Fate that we gave a quick insight on that likes to go for the draws, the discards. Obviously, Nami not that strong of a unit as of now, not the biggest cards, but I feel like this can have a good impact, specifically against the Fizz Ezreal. I feel like it can work really well against that. We also have the Queen Misfortune that we've seen a little bit. It's become a resurgence from it, and I think it can work really well with its fast pace towards some of the much more controlled decks like that of the Trundle Lysandra. And then we have the ever loving or the lovable Irelia Azir. I almost blank on her name. Irelia Azir. That we have seen a little bit of it. How Aichi won so effectively with the Irelia Azir. And we may see it banned away once again. I feel like we're not going. Yeah, I was going to say. I feel like we're not going to see the Kenenari banned away. I think that we're finally going to see Aikato playing the Kenenari.
No, yeah, I think the Kennen Ari is fairly vulnerable into the MF Quinn especially, but the Aurelia Azir as well. Now the one thing I'm worried about is the Nami TF. I don't think it's strong enough to go up against. I mean, the Fizz Ezreal maybe, but I don't think it's strong enough to go up against Ken and Ari. I definitely don't think it's strong enough to keep up with the clear that that is in the Lysandra Trundle deck. But MF Quinn, I think could handle the Ari Kennen and maybe take care of the Lysandra Trundle before the Lysandra Trundle gets up. But if the Lysandra Trundle does get to like some setup, then
That's
the MF
probably it.
passive hopefully will be leveled up by then and can close out the game. And Azir Aurelia should be able to be fast enough without getting cleared to handle the Trundle Lysandra if anything goes wrong with the MF Quinn.
Yeah, I feel like the one at much more risk as of now, it's the Nami Twisted Fate that probably doesn't have that many measures to deal with with either of these two decks. Like it can work out, but I feel like it's much harsher than that of the Misfortune Queen or the Asir Aurelia.
Yeah, and now the one thing that the Nami TF has going for it is that it's bringing a lot of Piltover cards. Now we saw Piltover do fairly well with the clear. You know, Mystic Shot doing a lot, Get Excited doing a bit. Now the problem with that is there's only 3 Mystic Shots and 2 Get Exciteds in that deck. That's 5 spells total. So best case scenario, you can get rid of all the Kennons and 2 of the Aries, but let's be real, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
One of the Kennons and some of the Kennons and Aries are going to be saved, whether it's through Nobifies or Twin Disciplines or something. So it's potential, but I don't think it's going to be there because between Nami buffing up elusive units and elusive units being available to block from the Ari Kennen, I think it'll have been too quick to set up for the Ari Kennen than the Nami TF can handle. Now maybe TF's good, maybe TF can handle that, but I think we're gonna see MF and Azir Aurelia.
I think that it's going to be the Mef Queen that gets banned away. I think that it's going to be a deck that Ikeda probably doesn't want to face that much in comparison to the other two. Like, I feel like he has better answers to those two than the MF Queen.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely agree. I mean, we are waiting to see what the ban is, but I'm excited to see the Ari Kennen from Aikato because I mean it is the Shadow Isles, but it should be a pretty threatening deck. Now, I would be surprised if the Nami TF does not get banned.
Taking quite a long time for Ikeda. We've seen the bans coming through much quicker. So the fact that Ikeda is taking so long, I feel I think to a certain degree shows that this is the last game because you really don't want to screw up after coming all the way from how Aikado did. You
Mhm.
really he's really taking his time to be sure that he doesn't want to face against.
Mhm. Definitely. And still waiting. We are still waiting, and hopefully we'll be able to see the ban come through. I mean, there's not much else to talk about. We talked about Azir Aurelia. We talked about, R.A. Kennen enough. We talked about the Lysandra Trundle. The Ezreal Fizz, I think, is surprising how much success it's had. I think I was not expecting it to do so well, but it's supposedly just come out as the stronger deck from Ikado's list.
Yeah, I feel like looking at how the other two decks looked, I feel like they were much more of a threat than that of the Fizz Ezreal, and it's because Fizz Ezreal kind of falls into the same, or not falls, but it goes into the same area as that of the Canary in the sense of it doesn't have that much strong units or healthy units that you play around, but because of the amount of spells that you can use to take away from your opponent, to deny from your opponent, to kill your opponent with, it just makes it such a bothersome deck to play against.
Oh, for sure. And wow, the Azir Aurelia is what was taken away. So yeah, the Nami TF for sure not the not the threat here.
Yeah.
Azir Aurelia though is interesting. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I kind of just not worried about it because I feel like the Lysandra Trundle will be able to take the win against either the Aurelia Azir or the MF Quinn. Maybe he's worried about the Azir Aurelia just having more like potential than the Ionia, the Ari Kennen deck, because the Ari Kennen deck doesn't like to block. We know that it doesn't like to
Yeah.
block. It's going to recall its units as when it blocks, but there's just so many attackers from the Azir. Maybe that's what Aikado is worried about into that Ari Kennen deck.
Yeah, I can see the sheer numbers from the sheer numbers from the Irelia Seer be much more to handle than just the straight up damage from the Queen Misfortune, or just going against the drawing power from the Nami Twisted Fate. So I can kind of get behind that idea. It's just kind of surprising to not see the Queen Misfortune. I feel like the chaos that deck can create can be a little
Mhm.
bit riskier.
Yeah, and the Quinn MF deck has a fair amount of challengers in it traditionally. Like the Fleet Feather Tracker is challenger, the Valor is challenger. So there's a lot of threat to backline. Like if Aikado's trying to, well, not Aikado necessarily, but like the Ari Kennen deck, it likes to leave the Ari on the backline at least. So every time it's getting challenged, you have to do something to save it, whether that's using a Twin Disciplines defensively, using a recall, using any number of spells to try and save that Ari, which realistically you would have liked to either use offensively in the case of the Twin Disciplines, or use to threaten the opponent's board. As we are still waiting to get into the first game for the final match of the night between Aikado and Stromboli Prince.
They really wanna leave the tense
Yeah.
feeling to till the end. Like they wanna make us stay as tense as we can for these last 2 games or last 3 games.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I'm just looking through the deck lists the for Stromboli Prince, and it doesn't seem like there's there's too much to talk about. I mean, I'm looking at the MF Quinn deck, and there's the Fleet Feather Tracker, there's the Blinding Assault, all of the stuff you'd normally see from a Quinn MF deck. Now, curiously, there's no Relentless Pursuit. There's just Golden Ages. Wait, we're in the game. So we are seeing it for the first match is going to be Nami TF versus Kennen Ari. Now, Aikado opting to keep all his Kennens. No, he tossed one and found the other
Yeah, he
Ari.
just kept
So,
one.
but both denies. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like looking at both hands from both players, really nice to keep. But having that RE already with the cannon as well, it's just so good to start off with,
Mm-hmm.
and even having the
And
denies potentially as well.
oh, for sure. And now with the Ari coming out, there's the opportunity for the cannon to come out, but the cannon should come out this turn, I believe. Yeah, this turn, and then next turn just lead into a straight up attack, since it will be before the TF can come out and potentially either stun the Ari or deal 1 to all units and clear the cannon. Now the Mark of the Storm being used is fine, but the one thing we have to be careful about is that since TF's cards are skills that cannot be stopped by Nopify, they have to be stopped by Deny, which is a huge expense for what is otherwise a fairly unimpactful spell.
Yeah, you ideally would never want to have to blow your denies to just keep as much as you want, as much as possible, save the RE. So blowing the denies, it would be so bad. But it's also the value that you get with this Twisted Fate, just being able to utilize those cards and bother and play around with the enemy units.
Yeah, and we still see enough mana for the TF. And yeah, he's going to come straight out, and the blue card actually to get some more mana, opt for another spell to be used here. Now, I'm curious what his angle is for this. He'll have 2 spell mana left. But wow, wait, the Ken Lightning Rush coming through is going to clear the TF. So it doesn't even... That is a good play from Icon.
Yeah.
That is definitely the smart move because, you know, he's not... the Kennen wasn't at risk, but he's clearing the TF before the TF can get the level up started. And then the Go Hard clears the Ballistic Bot. This is a great place to be in for Icado.
Yeah, kind of making already Stromboli Prince live as hard as possible with those 2 clears that he got. The mana kind of worked out to just get 1 more card, but just clearing out the Twisted Fate, clearing out the board from Stromboli Prince, and keeping up the Ari there, especially because he still has the cannon potential and all that, it's just going to work marvelous for him. Though the Nami getting pulled now.
Yeah, the Nami's pulled, but it's a fleeting, so it has
Yeah.
to be used this round, or else it's gone. So that's unfortunate, but it forces Stromboli Prince's hand. I think he has to play it. I think there's not really an option otherwise. You can't really
losing the Nami.
afford to lose the Nami.
Losing the Nami is not it's not the most ideal. Like, it's not the most ideal having to play it, but you really don't want to lose it either.
Mm-hmm. Now, the Attune does open up some options for Stromboli Prince. He can opt to go for a Mystic Shot onto the Kennen. Now, is that the best use of your mana? Maybe, I think. But it's potentially able to draw out a Nopify, or, well, the Recall is cheaper as well, but...
Yeah, no, there's nothing that I can see Stromboli Prince having playing around. Like, you really don't want to spend the small amount of mana that you still have. I feel like you just want to save
Ooh.
that for next time.
So now
Yeah,
that the
forcing the
recall
recall.
has been shown early, I think now is the time for Stromboli Prince to use the Mystic Shot, because the Mystic Shot would force another spell to come out from Mikado. So
Yeah.
that's what he's gonna go for, and it has to be the Nopify here. So yeah, so
Nice force.
Ikado set himself up to lose mana there.
They really
And-
need to go for the recall there as a play. Like, I feel like it's the common play, obviously,
Yeah.
but did he really go for that? Need to go for that?
I mean, he hovered with the God Willow initially. He looked at playing the God Willow and hovering that one with as the play, and that obviously probably would have been better. Using the recall in that situation, I think, is not worth. A 1-cost recall is so valuable as a defensive spell. To use it just for the recall effect and getting another cannon out is not worth, especially when you know that there's a limited number of damage spells in Stromboli Prince's deck. When you know that there's the potential that he's going to try and punish it with those spells and force you to spend more mana, the God Willow play, I think, was the move if you're trying to get the recall off there.
But now with this situation, with the first that Aikado had to go with a Mystic Shot and using the recall, it's still not the most ideal of situation for Stromboli in Priest in my opinion. But he still has quite a few cards that he can try and wiggle his way around. Although now with the extra cannon, yeah, they can level up.
Yeah, nah, the Kinku Wayfinder is a pretty good pull there for Aikado because,
Yeah,
like you mentioned, it does cause the level up for Kennen. Now, the one question is, where is Ari at that level up? So she's at 3. I think she's at 3 recalls, but the Nami now is actually totally leveled up. So we will be able to see her start buffing up those Daring Poros, which I assume is just the win condition, is getting a bunch of Daring Poros and maybe some Burble Fishes out and just buffing those up.
that can get targeted and just try and win through strong attacks, elusive strong attacks.
Yeah, and the
Ooh.
Rummage coming out actually. Now that is interesting. I thought he would have opted for an iterative improvement onto the Daring Poro and then playing that, but instead he tossed that and went for a bit of draw. Excuse me.
If you're Stromboli Prince here, do you go for the get excited to kill the Yari before before she's able to level up in the next turn? I feel like if I'm not wrong.
So the Ari is only at 3, so I don't think she levels up anytime soon. But I feel like you need to use as many spells as possible before this Nami goes down, because the Nami's
Okay.
going down now to the
Yeah.
Nam or the Kennen spells. So I would have liked to see the Get Excited being used on the Ari actually.
The reason
But-
I'm in hands of losing the Nami, it's probably not the worst situation for Stromboli Prince, but I do agree that I would have liked to see the get excited getting used on that area. Just clear it out. Like I feel like you don't want to give that threat a potential.
Now, curiously, Aikado opted to recall one of his cannons. I would assume that you would want to recall the Dewdrop and keep your cannons on board, because the Dewdrop gives you draw, and then having multiple cannons on board gives you at least 1 stun every turn you attack, 2 stuns if they both get blocked.
Yeah.
But now you can't get that other cannon on board.
What could he be scared to just use that to have not you to have used it on the cannon, like to get excited potentially as well, clearing the cannon, but it's not
I'm
worth
not
enough,
sure.
right?
I mean, there's like Mystic Shot. There's Mystic Shots that you could use on the cannon, but like
Yeah.
in the same vein, like there's no way you're killing both cannons, and having 2 cannons on the board and one of them dying to spells is the same as having 1 cannon on the board dying to spell and then playing a second cannon. You know?
Yep. It's a fear of risk, maybe making a cattle go for those when in reality it's not needed at all.
Maybe. I'm not sure, but we are going to see one of the elusives get cleared off from Stromboli Prince, and he has 1 4/2 Burble Fish. He's lost both of his Daring Poros. He's
You're not
lost,
really getting the most out of those.
yeah, and he's found another rummage. So I think he just rummages both stress testings and then yeah, exactly. He rummages both stress testings, finds the Shelly, but where do you go from here? I guess you play the Daring Poro, and then you use the Nami Ebb and Flow, and then you just use as many Nami Ebb and Flows as you can.
Is there a chance that he goes for the Twisted Fate, maybe?
Well, I don't think he can, because the attack's going to come out here, but
Yeah.
what he has to use something. And I mean, the Ebb and Flow should be able to clear the cannon. I mean, it's random, so he has to hope that it clears the cannon. And then, or it could clear the Dewdrop and deny the RE level up. But there's still the denies in hand for Aikata that could just stop the Ebb and Flow and cause the Nami to just disappear, the fizzle. This is a difficult place to be. I mean, you could easily use the ebb and flow and the time trick and push the the Daring Poro to a point where it won't get killed by Ari's quick attack and can potentially trade out. Or or you could do the get excited and discard your Shelly and try and kill the Ari that way.
But here comes the deny, yeah.
Yeah, but here comes the deny. It would have been much easier to use the ebb and flow on something and hope that it either kills the Burblefish or the Kennen and forces deny, or just goes off, kills the Burblefish and sets your Daring Poro to something that won't be killed by Ari.
Yeah, now with this Mystic Shot, do you go for the second deny? Is it worth it?
I don't think so. I mean, you pulled one of your Kennens back, so I think you're
Yeah.
knowing that you're going to lose one eventually. So I feel like you just let this Kennen die and then play another one and then deny something else. Now, what else would you deny from our third person perspective? Like nothing. There's nothing in Strawberry Prince's hand that's worth a deny right now, unless the ebb and flow targets something important. So yeah, the deny is going to come out, and then I guess this is where you ebb and flow or you time trick. I don't know. Like, what's more valuable here?
Yeah, like it has to come out now that you've already forced. That would be nice. Like you can go for this and maybe threaten Aikado a little bit.
Yeah, the only downside is that he's not going to get any Nami buffs from both those spells being denied, but the ebb and flow targeting the Nexus. Oof. That is unfortunate.
Yep.
And yeah, the Daring Poro is still going to die, and then that's the level up from the Ari. Yeah, and then that's going to kill the Burblefish too. That's the...
Yeah, that's game, right?
Well, not game, but it's going to clear the board from...
But like that's just set up for game.
Strong boyfriends, yeah.
I'm strongly like...
It's kind of a question of how does Stromboli Prince bring this game back
Yeah.
into his favor in the next turn, and given the hand that Stromboli Prince has, I don't think he can. He's next turn at start he'll only have the TF and whatever he draws, and yeah, right now the all of
Nami's
these
dead.
Kennen spells are gonna just clear the Nami. Yeah. So even if the TF comes out on the board and he draws a spell, the TF is just going to be super weak, and then it's back to Aikado's attack turn, with Aikado having, like 4 units on attack on start.
Yeah.
So yeah,
for the
TF
mana, but
well, it's mana and a draw.
and a draw.
But he
Yeah.
has to. There's really nothing he could do. I mean, he
Realistic
could've
board
tried-
wasn't it?
Yeah, he could have tried to like play out the Daring Poros to have blockers and then sacrifice the TF, but like there's just so many ifs there in that game, and only 4
Yeah.
health left for Stromboli Prince. It's best to just save the mental and go next. But Aikado
go
already
again with
coming
Nami?
out.
Do you go again with Nami Twisted Fate if you're a Stromboli Prince?
If it was me, yeah, I'd just say I'm either winning with Nami TF or this is 2-0.
Okay.
I think there's you have to win with the Nami TF eventually, so you might as well just run it back. You might as well just get it over with. Like, it has to win against this deck, so you might as well just do it. It's either gonna win now or it's not gonna win.
Okay. That I can get behind, honestly.
But this is, I think, a better start for Stromboli Prince. He has the Nami early. The Flash of Brilliance can create a pretty powerful spell. Now, I remember when Nami came out, there was the Mirai, some big Mirai card that created an 8-cost spell from your regions in your deck, and it created like 3 insane cards that were just so strong. And Flash of Brilliance can do the same thing, but as a 3-cost burst spell, and put it right into your hand. So I definitely like this Flash of Brilliance play. Now he has the Nami, the Ballistic Bot, and 2 TFs. So what is the play here? I think you play Nami and then the Ignition. I don't think there's anything that can really threaten you from Aikado right now. He could go for a Vile Feast into a Bladed Ravine, and that would clear the Nami and the. Well, no, it would clear the Nami or the ballistic bot, but
Yeah, but I think he will wait a little bit on that, especially because you'd rather save that for a more threatening appearance from the Nami and the Twisted Fate than just
Mhm.
straight up the Nami, though.
yeah, and yeah, no, exactly. Like the Bladed Ravine is so much board clear value that you definitely want to try and save it for something important. But as we say that, the Vile Feast is here. That's the first stage of this combo.
Yeah,
Now, all we're waiting on is the Bladed Ravine. Now, he could just leave the Nami at 2 health and just say, all right, well, your Nami's going to get cleared whenever I want to when I drop this Bladed Ravine. But is it better to be proactive and clear the Nami before she can start buffing up other units? Because once she starts buffing up those other units, there's potential that they don't get cleared by the Bladed Ravine. The Nami will obviously be lost, but the units that she's buffed up could be too strong to die to the Bladed Ravine.
I feel like if you're a Kato, you don't take the risk now. I feel like it's, and I feel like we've seen Kato enough that he probably won't take the risk, even if he can take it, as of now at least.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the TF come out, and the red card will be able to save the board from Aikado. Now, Aikado can play the Trundle or the Lysandra, and the Trundle I think will save him from any attack. The Trundle will just sort of say you can't attack me without losing that card for nothing.
But I also think that Kato maybe wants to set up for the Thralls to come through eventually with the Lysandra. So put out the Lysandra to get the Thrall
Wow.
out. He passed, yeah.
He passed? I feel like that's an attack from Stromboli Prince. I feel like you just had to take the attack there. What do you lose from not attacking here? Aikado pass, there's no blocker. That's why would you not attack first? Okay, yeah, all right. We're going for the attack. There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see. If you wanted to get another Nami thing off, you could time trick or you could Poro cannon something.
Maybe he just wanted to be extra sure that he gets it.
I mean, yeah, but you can burst spell now and get the Nami thing off. The
Yep.
ignition is going to allow Aikado to make a play with a card or a unit. So Aikado's taking a minute here. He's probably thinking whether he wants to Vengeance or Frostbite. And I think you Vengeance. I think you just kill the Nami. And
Yeah,
eat
it
the
has to
rest of
come.
the
It has to
damage.
come out.
Yeah, I think you Vengeance the Nami and eat the rest of it, just so that the Nami is no longer buffing cards up, or you just eat the damage and not
Eat
Vengeance
everything.
anything. And then the Blade Ravine still doesn't clear anything until next turn when you can. Until next turn when you can Withering Wail it, but the Withering Wail will come out and there will be enough burst cards in Stromboli Prince's deck to keep all these units alive. Yeah, so now the ballistic bot's strong enough that even with the Blighted Ravine and a Withering Wail, it'll be too strong to go down. And here's the Withering
He is
Wail,
going for the Withering Wail.
but the TF's going to live too. The TF's going to live here, and yeah, like that. I don't know what to say. I mean, the TF's going to live, and the ballistic bot's definitely going to live, and then yeah, that's now 12 damage to Nexus. I mean, next turn there's obviously Frostbite to save you, but that's still not a lot to protect you. And now 2 Mystic Shots coming out. This is a lot. This is a lot of damage
Yeah.
from Stromboli Prince. Three Mystic
Okay.
Shots. All right, so
Okay, he's
next,
saving one.
nah, go for all 3. Go for
Yeah,
all
the thing
3.
is with every bit of damage there, even if you frostbite one of the two, the other one can end it.
Yeah, no, the other one will end it. Like, you can Frostbite and Vengeance. See, this is one of the downsides of using the Nami deck without Targon, because Targon has a lot of defensive spells that can be used on Nami, whereas the Bilgewater and Piltover, there's not a lot of defensive spells to be had to use
Yeah.
on Nami. And the yeah, the rummage coming out or the time trick, excuse me.
Even the power card. Yeah, just extra saving the other cards. The extra saving, not extra buffing the other cards.
Yeah. So I like that he's extra buffing the cards, and maybe he's saving the mana to play these daring poros just to make sure that he has like a little bit of extra chip damage to go out into the next turn. But oh, the Kylie Tavern Keeper. So that comes out, saves him a good bit of damage, but now he no longer has mana for the box. He can or Ikata or Stromboli Prince, excuse me. Oh, Stromboli Prince, you should have played all 3 daring poros. You should have played all 3 daring poros and gone for the. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter. Wait, you have to. Oof, this is difficult. This is a difficult place to be. So, pulling iterative improvement is good for the ballistic bot, but right now you have Frostbite and 2 Vengeances. So Vengeance actually going to be used on the TF, and then they're just going to trade out the Kindly Tavern Keeper. I was just going to take out the ballistic bot and the trade or Kindly Tavern Keeper, and then wow, the TF level up coming out too. And he finds the Nami. Wow. So he finds the Nami, but I feel like if he was going to go for this play, he should have done this play before he went for the attack. He should have gone for the draw before he went for the attack, got a wider board, and then used the Nami to buff it up, and then attack. And then he would have been forced to use the Vengeance and the Frostbite. And then, yeah, I don't know where you go from here, but now we're going to see at least the Trundle come out, or the pass. The pass from Ikado? I feel like you need to get something out on the board here if you're Ikado. You got to get Trundle going. You got to get Lysandra started. Lysandra is just never going to get to her level up condition. But Nami's back out on the board. Nami's going to be buffing up some units. I think he's going to try and get a few more cards on the board. But there is the box that Ikado has that should be able to just clear these things out. Now, the way that Stromboli Prince can get around this is he plays maybe one more Daring Poro, bait or 2. If he can get both Daring Poros out, that's probably the best case scenario. But gets another one out before the box is used, and then uses all of his spells, or they both just pass into this round. Okay. I'm so confused why no one's pushing for a win here. We're getting close into turn 10. Okay, so the get excited, discarding and stress testing going onto the Nexus. There's 6 damage right now. There'll be 8 damage after the spell goes off. That's 8 plus 3 is 11. So there's 1 damage left over. Oh, well, then there's also the Shelly. So this is lethal here. But there's still Frostbite and Vengeance in Ikado's hand. So you need more units on the board from Stromboli Prince, I think. Or else you're not really going to be able to get anything done.
Is he counting on threatening with the Mystic Shots? But I don't think it's enough, right?
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think you still need more units on the board because like with Vengeance and Frostbite, like you'll have to restart powering one of them up. But Vengeance comes out now. Like Vengeance probably should have came out first. Maybe not. Yeah, why would you?
Oh yeah, it
why
was
wouldn't
enough.
you Vengeance? Why wouldn't you Vengeance?
Yeah,
was
surprised
Vengeance
that
not
he
saving
doesn't
you?
go for the Vengeance. Like, what in hand would he be worried about coming potentially out?
I mean, at
That
that
you
point,
can think of.
at that point you got to put everything out. Like you got to
Yeah.
show out with the vengeance and everything else in your hand that you can. But
Like at that point, we're at turn 10, like you mentioned. You have to go to pull out the good countermeasures that you have, and yet it's going off like that. It ends up not working out, and now we're going to a final game. Essentially,
yeah, final,
the last
literally
match.
final. Yeah, and it's MF Quinn, the deck that we've been looking forward to
Yeah,
basically this whole series. But this is an interesting start. Aikado's opting for some more units in his hand as opposed to the other landmark or spell heavy starts that he's taken with this deck. And Stromboli Prince, that's a pretty good start. I mean, it could be better. You don't really need all 3 Fleet Feather Checkers, but having them available is a good start. And
yeah,
you know, you probably want to get the MF out on the first turn, your first attack turn that you have the mana for. So next turn he'll have the mana for it, but it'll be a defense turn. So he either needs to wait till the end of the turn to play MF when there's no mana left for Aikado, or play her at the start of his 4th turn when he has mana for MF and a a sharp sight to protect her. Or protect a different unit. Now the Vile Feast coming out is interesting. Now the Pix summon from the Mirai Warden is very, very interesting because it's a 1-cost card that the Mirai Warden can summon, but it's a support card. So usually when you summon a 1-cost card and you get a 0-cost, you're like, oh darn, there's a lucked out. But summoning the Pix is actually really, really good for this deck because of the support function that it performs. Now, with MF, you want to get the scouts out. So instead of playing the MF and risking her going down to a spell, Stromboli Prince is going to opt to go for the Island Navigator, and the Island Navigator summoned another really good unit. It's got Fearsome, and its ability, once you kill something with the spell, it gains 2 damage, is a pretty good thing to have for a free card that's not in your deck.
Yeah, it's going to certainly work out, and I feel like just at least keeps you safe for the next turn potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, with the Pix still available, so it's likely going down this turn. The Pix is probably not going to survive, but that's only if Aikado's willing to eat a ton of damage, because the card that the Pix buffs up is going to go to at least 3 power, but it's most likely going to go on to the Island Navigator or the Mirai. I think it's going to go on to the Mirai because Stromboli Prince will want to draw attention away from the Island Navigator. He wants to keep the Scout card alive. But instead, we're just going to see the box. Now, the box is just going to clear both those cards, unfortunately. But it means that Stromboli Prince can get a free attack off with Pix and the Mirai Warden.
Yeah, which is still really valuable to get the damage down. I was thinking, now that watching the box come out, if Stromboli Prince would keep the MEV a little bit longer just to see how much spell damage he can save the MEV for. But no, instead going for the MEV immediately, which is not bad overall.
Yeah. Like, so having another box for Aikado is a really, really good place to be. I would have liked to see a Fleet Feather into the Yordle Scout card, because you would have gotten the Fleet Feather and the Yordle card out. The Fleet Feather would have gained a Challenger, and then you would have potentially drawn out the Withering Whale or another box, and then you could have played the MF the next turn and been fairly safe from clear. Now the MF coming out is potentially another bait, but the Blighted Ravine is actually going to do a good bit of clear, getting rid of the Pix and the Mirai Warden, getting the MF down to 1 health. This is a very, very difficult place to be, I think, for Stromboli Prince, because he's played the Scout card now. Does Stromboli Prince not, or does Aikado not just Whale? I guess he Vile Feasts the MF, but now the Sharp Sight comes out, and now the Whale comes out. Now the Whale comes out, right?
Yeah, I feel like this is the best moment.
Or we're going to let the MF get 2 attacks. That get 2 attacks towards your level. That makes sense, I guess. What
So
happens
nope.
now?
Yeah, not worrying. I'm surprised that you would like, or you would be okay to keep the map in that inboard on board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now we're gonna see the other Fleet Feather come out, and since there's not enough mana for the whale, yeah, both Fleet Feathers are gonna come out, and one of them is, I assume, going to challenge. Oh, the box.
No, the box, yeah.
Oh, the box. Too bad, but it's okay. We do still have a card to attack with, and both units are going to come out on the attack because the MF ability is going to make sure that neither of them take any damage.
Yeah, that's the important part. Just keeping the map there. It's the
Mhm.
important part. As long as, at least as long as the whaling will come out eventually.
Mm-hmm. Now we see Trundle in hand along with two along with the two 8-cost Shadow Isles cards. So he will be able to get a fairly good amount of damage off once he levels up. And this is actually a pretty good time for him to come out. So this is turn 7. The Trundle comes out with 2 mana. There's not really anything in Stromboli's deck that can kill Trundle besides maybe a Concerted Strike, which does not exist in Stromboli Prince's deck. And then now next turn is turn 8, so you can play the Ice Pillar, level up the Trundle, and then get
Oh,
3. Oh wait, no, it's Stromboli Prince's attack. Wait, this is a very, very good position to be in for Stromboli Prince. But the Avalanche exists, and so does the Withering Whale. Now the Whale could clear out. Yeah, I think the Whale is probably the best angle here, just because it'll deny the Mariah Warden and the Plunder Poro from gaining that power. Because once they do gain the 2 power from the, or 2 health from the Fort Demacia, they will be outside of a Avalanche range. So yeah, the
yeah. No,
Whale
I was thinking
correctly.
if you go for the avalanche, just because it's a lesser cost potential. But yeah, I feel like the whale there better, and it gives you with chances to not have to waste yet your avalanche.
Mm-hmm. Now he still has to look out because this is going to be a pretty big attack
Yeah.
from Stromboli Prince. Now he did opt to go with the MF on the attack, but I think it's probably best to keep her in the back line because I think that's a worth trade for Aikado to lose the Trundle to take out the MF,
Yeah, I think it's better for him.
especially when you have the two Shadow Isles cards in your hand.
I feel like you don't trade him, although he's going to go for the trade though.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I don't know why, if you're Stromboli Prince, you opt into that. I mean, you do have the other MF in hand, but MF is a card that needs to see you attack 4 times, not just attack 4 times. And 3 Spectral Matrons in hand now for Aikado. That is a lot of power. That is a
You can
lot
get
of.
one out already.
Yeah, she can get 1 out right now, but she'll be able to summon another card from hand. So she'll be able to summon the other
Yeah.
Spectral Matron and then attack with this setup. Now the upside is that he has Stromboli Prince has the opportunity to either just eat this damage or block it with the Bannerman, but he will opt to actually eat this, which I think is the
He goes for the
smart
writing
play.
himself.
No, I think this is the smart play to keep your board wide, because since the Spectral Matron is 8 cost, you can't really summon another thing this turn. So now it's Stromboli Prince's opportunity to open an attack with the Valor. And yeah, so he's gonna opt to go just for a huge attack with all units, not going for the scout, just trying to get the damage off onto Aikado to win this game.
Yeah, that was really nice to force out in the previous turn.
Mm-hmm.
With what happened in the previous turn and this one. You
Yeah,
have to use frost, right? Like you have to frost one of the attackers.
yeah, I think you have to frostbite Cynthia or Cytheria, excuse me.
Cynthia.
Cynthia. No, you have to frostbite Cytheria. I mean, she is the most powerful attacker.
Yeah.
So you frostbite Cytheria, and then you block either MF or the Bannerman with the Ice Pillar, and then Valor unfortunately is lost for this one.
Actually
Or
using
you
the
just
pillar to
block
block,
Cythria
yeah.
with the Ice Pillar. What? I mean, I guess you can save the Frostbite. I'm curious what you're worried about for the Frostbite. Oh, I forgot the Cythria makes your unit fearsome. So yeah, the Ice Pillar has to block the Cythria.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So 9 damage to Taikato's Nexus is a good bit of damage.
Yeah, the frostbite
And
will come out, yeah.
But yeah, that's a good place for Stromboli Prince, I think, since he has the advantage of board presence. He has this Genevieve Elmheart in hand as well. As long as he can keep, I think, 2 units on the board, one of them being MF, I think he just should be able to win. 2 avalanches in hand will be able to
Oh.
clear this MF, but he has to go for the matron play this turn to go for the attack, I think. Yeah, and then so now the Brightsteel should come out onto Cythria. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Brightsteel should come out onto Cythria, and then you have to block with all 3 of your units here, but you will be able to save the Cythria, and then you should play the Genevieve this turn. So you should block with all 3 Cythria, Bannerman, and the Protector, and then Genevieve this turn, and then next turn you use. Well, no, next turn you don't use the Scout because it won't even level you up for MF, but you just go for another large attack, since there will be only 1 blocker left for Ikato. Should he go for an all out attack with this lineup he has, which I think he's thinking about. He's trying to do the math on whether he can go for the attack here or he needs to save blockers. And he has to save blockers because he will
He
lose.
still needs for the next one, yeah.
He'll lose all 3 of these matrons if he attacks with all of them.
He uses the avalanche. I was thinking of this. Do you use the avalanche aggressively here?
Yeah, I think you use the. Well, maybe you use the avalanche aggressively here, but you have to save a matron for the attack, I think. Oh wait, no. This is bad for Ikato. This is bad for Ikato. This is just an open attack from. Wow, that's it. That's game. That's
Yeah.
Stromboli just taking it. Wow. I think he had to force the attack and then hope Stromboli Prince doesn't go for the block and then Blighted Ravine. And the Blighted Ravine would win the game.
Yeah, like it was a tough bet because he had to at least force out from the previous turn.
Yeah.
But forcing out was also risky for him because he doesn't know what else could have been in hand. He still had one card to work out. So
it was a really bad place to be in for Ikato. He
Yeah.
had the 3 special matrons on his board, but Stromboli Prince had the Genevieve in hand. So even if Ikato went for the full attack, Stromboli Prince could have traded out all 3 of those cards and then
yeah.
played the Genevieve and still had enough units on board to attack the next turn. But I think the play probably should have been to attack and maybe try and hope that Stromboli opts to not block one and then use the Blighted instead of the Avalanche. But I mean, at that point, if Stromboli knew that no matter what happens, he wins the next turn, then I mean, it's hindsight, really.
Yeah.
Like, how could you?
It's a tough situation to be in for Ikato because you seem to be set up after you already get the pulls. Obviously, the only thing that I can kind of question is not setting up maybe the Trundle a little bit earlier or the Lissandra, but he had a good situation there to maybe work around. But Stromboli really had the correct moments, the correct cards to play around with, and went for in the correct time to go for the kill. I feel like it made such a tough decision for Ikato to. How did he need to work around that situation?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a tough spot to be in, and props to Stromboli Prince for forcing that out of that deck. I mean, it was a really exciting series to watch, and we are going to be shifting to an interview with Stromboli Prince, the one and only, the victor of tonight's matchup, taking down maybe a tournament favorites in a Frozen Monks. I mean, We're
Yeah.
gonna shift to an interview right now, I believe, right? Right now. So we have Stromboli Prince with us. TDS, I think you can start off with the first question.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations on winning. Really, it looked like it was going to be a 3-0. It turned into a 3-2, but at the end, a win is a win, right? So, really nice job. And to start off with the question, how does it feel to be the sleeper team that everyone had doubts of making out of the group leg? Because realistically, no one really expected you guys to not only force out so heavily against Frost Monks, but just take the overall win out. So, what does it feel? How does it feel? What and how did you guys expect this to happen?
I would say it feels amazing. Back when the tier lists were up, I don't think there were many people who put us into winning Group 2, let alone being
Yep.
second seed. I want to give a huge shout out to Stromboli Gaming's #1 fan, Bennis, for believing in us the whole time when everyone else were doubters. But I I feel great about how we played today. I was really concerned facing Aikado, especially because we have faced each other before, but he forgot because I beat him too badly and he repressed the memory.
Well-
All jokes aside, though, I think Frozen Monks played this really good. I think Aikado did amazing, and I thought that I would have lost the third game while I was playing it.
So the next question I have for you is, what was your thought process in building the lineups that your team brought?
So like we realized that Cameron basically always plays thralls, and then Aikado likes to play some slow decks with a lot of decisions. So we brought two Azurelias, and our goal was to have me and Aichi sweep Cameron and Aikado, and then have Jan Sports in the middle, on a bit more mid range / combo decks to go against M-Tux, and I think our lineup went really well.
No, yeah, it definitely played out almost exactly how you
Yeah.
had planned it. I mean, I actually took out Cameron Hanzo and took out M-Tuck, so I caught almost bringing it back, but you were able to close it out in the final series.
Yeah, we definitely did not expect Aichi to almost sweep. We actually thought that he might have lost the set versus Cameron because he was just like one turn away from having all of his thralls out, and we were scared because Jan Sports lineup versus Hanzo is almost unwinnable. So we are very glad for that turn of events. I kind of wish Aichi continued to sweep because I wanted to eat dinner. But I guess I will eat dinner very late at night.
Don't worry, same here. We're in the same boat, so it was bound to happen. But you kind of took away some of the words that I wanted to ask you and some of the questions that I wanted to ask you with Aikado, with Aichi. And I want to turn it out into once again going for your team, because one of the things that this tournament format is making is that you have to organize previously to the match your players against the enemy's players, and you have to be able to sweep the enemy team, or not sweep, but be able to win against each of them, even if it takes you time. So one of my theories, it's kind of in the same vein as football / soccer, depending of how you want to see it. For me, it's football, but you put your heavy hitters either first or last. And watching how Aichi play, it felt like you were putting one of your strongest members, probably your strongest member, at the start to try and play around. And I'm kind of curious to ask you if you feel the same way, thinking that Aichi has that potential, or you were the heavy hitter from your team waiting at last.
I would say that we're about equivalent skill levels, and
Okay.
like same with Jan Sports. I think we're all just good card gamers, and we didn't necessarily put the strongest player first. I actually read like tried reading them and believe that it would have been either M-Tuck first, then Hanzo, then Aikado, or Hanzo first, then M-Tuck, then Aikado. We felt like Aikado would try to sit in the back and sweep the rest of us. So because my lineup fared best versus Aikado, we put me in last.
Okay, I like the reason behind that. It shows that it's not only having the best, but it's also reading how the series may turn out, which I think it's a really important thread, not only in the first match, but going forward when you have more information and less opponents to worry about.
Well, I have the final question for you, Stromboli, and you kind of already answered it, but I'll split it into two questions. So, is there anyone else you'd like to shout out?
Oh, I want to shout out Skathis and Grandpa Roji and James.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe next time. Yeah, sorry. Just everyone from Church of Targon. They were really cool. They scrimmed with us. They actually sweeped us 3-0 in scrims, and then we played the second set and immediately counter sweep 3-0 them. It was very nice getting that experience. And like gaining some confidence that like we can really go against like some of the top teams. Like it's possible for us to 3-0 a team of that caliber. But we slept on Grandpa Roji's Malphite, and we were punished by that in the scrims. And I really hope that we can face each other in semifinals.
All right. Well, that's something to look forward to then. I
Yeah.
mean, congratulations, Stromboli, for taking the dub here against the Frozen Monks, and what was probably a too exciting of a series of matches. So congratulations once again to you, Stromboli, and everyone else on the Stromboli gaming team. I mean,
Fully
you guys
deserved.
all showed out. So, any final words you want to say, or anything else you're looking forward to for next week?
I just want to say Stromboli Gaming bottom text. Thank you and have a nice night, guys.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, you heard it, Stromboli Gaming bottom text. TDS, anything else you want to add to that one?
No, thank you for giving us such amazing matches. Not gonna lie, I wanted to 8 Arity, so I was expecting the 3-0. But hey, for everyone that watched, a 3-2 is always the most exciting. Sad that Aikado couldn't pull off the reverse sweep because it's the best way to give a storytelling or a narrative to the tournament, but also having the worst team or one of the worst teams winning, it's much fun. You have the dark horse, and now we have Stromboli potentially being, like Hers was saying, one now potential favorite that nobody expected. It's going to be so fun watching the next weeks.
All right, well, that's what it is. We saw the first match of playoffs tonight, Stromboli Gaming versus Frozen Monks. Stromboli Gaming able to take it home. That has been all of the coverage that we're bringing you tonight. My name has been Domcast. I was joined by TDS. Thank you all for showing up to the Legends of Runeterra League, brought to you by Runeterra Academy and Metafy. We're signing off. Bottom text.